Hello and welcome to this, our 231st live stream. Why bother with stream titles no one can read? This is a reference to our Monday Man Machine Alert on the state of literacy, and yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all. So, given the state of literacy is not good, what am I going to do tonight? I'm going to pitch you an audio book so you don't have to read. As you're all aware, must be aware by this point, we have a book, a science fiction novel, Reliquary of the Dead. It's finally been made into an audiobook, and it's been uploaded to in audio, which is the former Findaway Voices, and pending quality control approval, it should be available really, really soon. So, yeah, it's we finally did it. We finally worked through the legal hurdles of doing it. And yeah, it should be, given that the recording meets their QA demands, it should be out on the market any day now. So look for it. You'll be able to find it on Audible, Spotify, all the major audiobook vendors. Although I'd prefer if you bought it from like Spotify instead of Audible. Just saying. Okay. Okay. So, that said, that's the channel business. Let's get into the rules and then the chat questions, because we have got a lot of them. And the reason we have a lot of them, we're still carrying over from AT Ministries 166 plus questions. So, and I can't find my cheat sheet for rules, so we'll have to wing this. Okay, so the rules are Super Chats have priority. Everybody knows this. It's expected on YouTube. You get it. We do take non-Super Chat questions. You have to put a Q and a colon in the front of it. If no Q, no colon, we don't see it. It doesn't pass our filters. Okay, we look specifically for that Q and the colon. Only post your non-Super Chat once. Question spanning will disqualify your question for the night. That's, again, just good rules and being polite. Next is, if it's something from the Bible, I do need context. So by context, I mean you need to supply what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse, so we don't have to hunt for it. We do allow sponsored chats. So if you want to sponsor a non-super chat with a super chat, we ask that you copy the question into the super chat. So again, we don't have to hunt for it. It just speeds everything up. And finally, for any chat, only post one question. One question per chat. No question stacking, because that's not fair to anybody. All right? So that's the channel business, and that's the rules, and we can get to the questions now. Okay. Now, the first question we're going to take here is a super chat, and from Michael Gee. And he asks, if I can blow this up enough so I can read it. He says, Genesis 14 describes Sodom and Gomorrah as having served the king of Elam for 12 years. How is this possible when Elam is east of the country of Babylon? The Babylonian Empire is between Canaan and Elam. It comes down to timing. That's what's going on here, is timing. Babylon was not always a big empire. And during the days of Sodom and Gomorrah, you're talking here about the first dynasty of Babylon. It really wasn't much of an empire prior to Hammurabi himself. It was really just a city-state. So, until Hammurabi, Elam was the big regional power. So, if you're talking about regional powers here in Mesopotamia, Elam was the big cheese up until Hammurabi. Now, with Hammurabi, that flips. Okay? But Hammurabi is already into the period of Sodom and Gomorrah. So it's entirely conceivable that Elam had dominated Sodom and Gomorrah up until that point and had made Sodom and Gomorrah vassal states. And then later on, during the War of Kings, you have Amurapi, basically take the lead for the Mesopotamian Confederacy at that point. So that's how this works. Is no kingdom is forever. No kingdom starts big. All kingdoms sort of have to get some momentum. And Babylon was no different. It had to get momentum. And it's really not until that reign of Hammurabi in Dynasty 1 that you start seeing a Babylonian Empire. Prior to that, it's just a city-state. So, the big guy next door, Elam, he's going to dominate the region until they get their comeuppance. All right? So, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, next here. What we're going to do here is we're also going to take AT Ministries' huge number of questions one at a time here. So his first super chat here was Genesis 37, 9 through 10. Wasn't Rachel dead by the time of Joseph as vizier? Okay. Yes, she was. But there's more to this text that's going on here. So let's pull up our Bible and let's talk about this text. So Genesis 37, 9 through 10. Okay. We're gonna start this a little earlier with the dream itself. Verse 5. We'll start at verse 5 and we'll go to verse 10. Then Joseph had a dream. When he told it to his brothers, they hated him even more. He said to them, please listen to this dream which I have had. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf rose up and stood erect, and behold, your sheaves gathered around and bowed to my sheaf. Yeah, I can see why that wouldn't go over great. Not make friends and influence people? Yeah. Verse 8. Then his brothers said, are you actually going to reign over us? Or are you going to rule over us? So they hated him even more for his dreams and for his words. Verse 9. Now he still had another dream. And he related it to his brothers, and he said, lo, I have still another dream. And behold, the sun and the moon and 11 stars were bowing to me. And he related it to his father and to his brothers. Now his father's Jacob here. Jacob has had freaky experiences. Jacob has had God experiences. Okay? But Jacob is not exactly a humble man. So Joseph tells Jacob, and he says, and he related it to his father and to his brother, and his father rebuked him. His father gave Jacob gave Joseph a tongue lashing, and said to him, what is this dream you've had? Shall I and your mother and your brothers actually come to bow ourselves down before you to the ground? Yeah. Yeah. For a guy who's had many God experiences, Jacob's a little clueless sometimes. Now, the question is, wasn't Rachel dead by the time Joseph was vizier? Yes. Yes, he was. But that doesn't exclude... I mean, there's two explanations for this. One is that Jacob here is talking in cosmic terms. These are prophetic dreams. They could have cosmic significance. So he might not be necessarily talking about the living. And clearly this is more than just these types of dreams are more than just, say, individuals. We kind of think of this like this. You know, when we look at this with our Western eyes, we kind of think this is just his brothers. But this isn't just brothers. This is his family, their families, their posterity, these tribes that are going to bow to him. So, it's not a humble claim. You know, Joseph is not making a humble claim here. So that would necessarily infer that also, you know, yeah, his father's going to bow to him. And frankly, this is one of those amphibulous prophecies where there's more than one meaning being told at the same time. Yes, they are going to go to Egypt. Not his mother, because his mother's deceased. But, as we're going to see with one of the later questions, the dead get often included in these things. They're not excluded. Dead are not excluded from these sort of claims. They're sort of presumed to be doing these actions from Sheol. So, we're going to see that with another question that AT is going to have later on, that the dead are not excluded from these things. Just because you're dead doesn't get you out of this. Yeah, it is a bit sobering thought, isn't it? So yes, there could be the presumption here that Rachel, in her deceased spirit form, would also be bowing to Joseph. So, but there's also messianic implications to this as well. So there's a whole lot going on with this prophecy, well beyond just Rachel being dead here. So absolutely, it's one of those things that you're gonna see the dead are often not excluded from these sorts of things. We'll see a really good example of this coming up. I think in Genesis 49 we'll see this again tonight. Okay, so we're gonna stop the question there, but yeah, not a humble claim. Jacob's being obtuse, and yeah, this actually does unfold. So, in more than one way. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question, and we'll see a bit more of this later on. Okay, next one here. We'll take this one from Nathan Yadone, and it's a non-super chat. Pharaoh Folk, what do you think what was going on in Egypt during the deluge? Depends on what side of the bed I get up on. Also, hope all is well with you and your wife. It's been a while since I've been here. God bless and Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom to you too. I hope I see you at ETS this year in Boston. That should be interesting. So, if I don't see you there, I'll probably hit you up at one of the other ETSs in the forthcoming future. I don't have a hard and fast view on the deluge in general. The deluge, what we mean is Noah's flood. So, is it global? Is it local? I can see arguments for both sides on this. So, I don't have an opinion on whether the flood is global or local. So your perspective on this is going to change how you view Egypt in the greater context. If it's local, they're just carrying on civilization as normal. If it's global, it depends when it dates. So, Egypt has a long history. So, given that it has such a long history, what we do know is that naive biblical chronologies are going to place the deluge right in the middle of the Pyramid Age. And that's just not happening. That's historically not happening at all. So you have to sort of go beyond naive biblical chronologies if you want to actually engage this question in a meaningful way. Now, if you say that the deluge took place 50,000 years ago, a lot could happen 50,000 years ago that we are simply just not aware of. So it's one of those things that it really depends. It's going to really, really depend on what your view of the deluge is, more than anything else, to be honest. And I don't have an opinion on this, so I don't give this much thought. All I know is that it couldn't have happened in 2350 BC. That much is that much I'm absolutely sure of. Anything else, I'm kind of like, maybe, could be, possibly, could be. So, hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, next AT question here. What's up so I can see it? Okay, Genesis 28, 18 to 19. Did she know she was ovulating? Genesis 28. Doesn't sound right. Let me just check. Genesis 28, 18 to 19. So Jacob rose early in the morning and took the stone he had put under his head and set it up as a pillar and poured oil on its top. And he called the name of that place Bethel. However, previously the name of the city had been Luz. I think you don't have the right citation here. So I don't think I can answer this. I think there's some issues there. Just yeah, restate the question with the right citation, and we'd be happy to take it. We'll go on the next one here. Okay, Genesis 40, verse 3. Wouldn't the house of the chief of the bodyguard be Pharaoh's house, Potiphar's house? Let's look at this. Okay, Genesis 40, verse 3. So he put them in confinement in the house of the captain of the bodyguard in the jail, in the same place where Joseph was imprisoned. Okay. Potiphar was just one captain of the guard. There were many captains of the guard, and they did many, many functions. They're basically your military, what you would call, say, military captains, minor commanders. So, basically platoon leaders, that sort of thing. So, this is probably not the same captain of the guard, because the Egyptian bureaucracy had hundreds of these. Okay. Okay. It's a high position, but it's not a really high position. Okay. This would be sort of kind of, if you were actually putting it in terms of today's military, these would be like your captains or lieutenant colonels. Okay. They were leaders of usually small divisions. They're not your generals. These are not generals. And Egypt had generals. Egypt had full army commanders. In fact, the army was divided in units of 50s, 250s, and then 5,000s. Okay? So this would be more along a commander at the 250 person to 50 person level. So there was there was a lot of these captains running around. So just because you have one captain of the guard in Pharaoh's house does not mean he's going to be the same captain as you're going to find in, say, a prison. Prison's going to be run by a different captain. So here when it talks about came about after these things, the cupbearer put them in confinement in the house of the captain of the guard. It could be any captain of the guard. It's not specific here. So this is not Potiphar's house. And jails were never in houses anyway. When it talks here about a house, it's talking about a domain, not a... This would have been most likely a quarry. This would have been most likely a quarry. There would have been a residence for the captain and the guards, and the prisoners would be sleeping in the courtyard. So, That's typically what would go on in these prison situations. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. No. That's pretty cool. Camilla Pard. Can we get an ancient Egyptian version of Hogan's Heroes with Joseph the baker and the cupbearer? Captain is Colonel Clink. Oh, that'd be something. Okay. So next one here. Comment from followers of the Shepherd. The literacy crisis is far worse than we think. Today, someone just told me that AI is better than scholarship, so why bother even reading? Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, that sort of sums it up, doesn't it? People are letting AI do the thinking for them. This is why you bother reading, because you don't let other things, machines, people, etc., do the thinking for you. This is the whole problem with whole language learning. It enculturates people to have others do the thinking for you. This is why you learn to read. So, this is why you learn real reading. So, just so you don't have to depend on others reading for you and telling you what to think. Ryan Cohenkamp. Whole language learning is better than no language learning. Not by much. Not by much. At least with you know you're. Well, that's true. Yeah. The problem with whole language learning is more than just the inability to read. That's a problem. That's a problem. There's other things that go into whole language learning that makes it even worse than no language learning, which is the social conditioning. The social conditioning is really problematic with whole language learning. The whole idea of social conditioning, where students are told what to think of a text, trigger words. They're taught trigger words before they're taught how to read a sentence. So it's really odious. I mean, it's really 1984ish. Camilla Pard. Why do word looking and book learning when I can just ask a clanker? Some people are getting that way. Good portion of our population does that now. Their paper. Yeah. Harry Stark, the entire secular biblical studies in Pavlovian brainwashing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you do biblical studies today, secular biblical studies. Most of it isn't about interpreting the text. Most of it is brainwashing you as to what's behind the text. The propaganda of what they want the Bible to believe and say, not what it actually says. Funny that. Okay. Move on to the next one here. It is another one here from next one here is another AT question. Why would churches build synagogues, not churches? I think you mean Christians. Why would Christians build synagogues, not churches? Uh, the reason why in the early church that early Christians built synagogues instead of churches is because they were still deciding what was a church. These were Messianic Jews. They had come out of the Jewish movement, the Israelite religion. Israelite religion only knew of two kinds of religious institutions: the temple and the synagogue. That was it. There hadn't been a church at that point. No one knew what a church was. So early Christians, after being thrown out of the temple and being after thrown out of the local synagogues, they started making synagogues of their own. And this became churches. Okay? The whole idea of a synagogue is basically it comes from a Greek word synagogus, which means come together, a gathering place. Very similar to the Greek synonym ecclesia. So they're gathering together to read scripture, to sing praises, to learn, that sort of thing. So the function of synagogues and early churches was so similar that it just seamlessly transitioned from one to the other. So Harry Stark, Messianic Jews is an anachronistic term, though. They call themselves Christian Jews. Uh, no, they actually wouldn't even do that. I mean, there's some. I mean, if you want to really go down the anachronism rabbit trail on this one, Christian, the whole term Christian was a slur. It was a slur that first happened in Antioch. You know, they were followers of Jesus Christ. That's what they considered themselves. Followers of the Messiah. As far as identifying as Jews, many of them still identified as Israelites. If they were from the area of Judea, they might call themselves Jews. Yeah, right. And says they probably wouldn't be talking in English either. Yeah, exactly. I have no problem identifying them as Messianic Jews, because it's really sort of they were still holding to many Jewish customs. They had not been fully Hellenized, so I think it's an okay term, even if it is a little anachronistic. Look, I mean, I'm not going to call pre-1492 residents of North America something other than Americans, okay? Because we're living right now in a different age. Yeah, sure, it's a retrojection, but you know, if you're going to get sort of really sort of picky about that sort of thing, you're not going to get anywhere, because terms advance, knowledge advances, and you know, it just is not profitable, not profitable. Okay, next, move on to the next one here. But anyway, AT, that's why they built synagogues, not churches, was because they hadn't actually done that differentiation really yet between what is a church and what's a synagogue. That would happen within the first 100 years of Christianity, but that does take a few decades to get going. Okay, next one here. From Tim Miara. That's a member question. Job 19:3 uses 10 times instead of the more frequent in Hebrew culture 7 times. Does that help us identify the book's culture of origin? Yeah, probably. He continues on. Obviously, the 10 times is an idiomatic expression, but I thought Israelites would have preferred to use 7 instead. It depends. 10, the decimal system was not something intuitive to Israelite idiomatics. Okay, so you are probably going to find that more likely outside of Israel than within Israel. So that would seem to point to an Aramean source. For example, the Mesopotamian had a decimal system and a sexagesimal system. So a base 10 and a base 60 system. So it's one of those things where, yeah, it would be probably more idiomatic for somebody outside, living outside of Canaan to use that expression. That's because Mrs. Producer doesn't get the base 60 system. It's so useful, though. I can understand the camel leopard. Sexagesimal. Don't drag this into the gutter, you sickos. Yeah, camel leopard. We use a base 60 system for timekeeping. Yeah, exactly. It's all based upon degrees of the circle. It's trigonometry. That's why they use the base 60 system. It lent itself to easy trigonometry. So, yeah, very cool. It's very cool stuff, but yeah, that's what they did. All right, move on here. But yeah, it would suggest that this whoever wrote the Book of Job had probably more Mesopotamian leanings than, say, Canaanite leanings. So, yeah, that would sort of, I'd say that would be at least corroborating evidence of Aramean authorship. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate, or the member question. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one here. Okay, Genesis 30, 25 to 26. So when women married a man, they were still under the authority of their fathers. No, generally not. But let's look at the passage. This is a carryover from Laban and Jacob's incident here at Mitzpah. All right, Genesis 30, verses 25 to 26. Now it came about when Rachel had borne Joseph, and Jacob said to Laban, "Send me away that I might go to my own place and my own country. Give me my wives and my children, for whom I have served you, and let me depart, for you yourself know my service, which I have rendered you." Yeah, here's the thing. Laban didn't want to give up his daughters. He had no sons. This was his posterity. This was his entire family. Yeah, if the daughters moved out, all he had left was his servants. Yeah, no family at all. Yeah, this was the last of his family. So, no, this was very abnormal. No, back then, even back then, it was women who married a man did not remain under the authority of their father. This was an example of a guy who couldn't let go. He couldn't let go because it was all the family he had. His wife's dead. He has no sons. All he has is the servants. That's it. It's going to be a very empty nest for him. So you can kind of feel for him in the respect that he's got, I mean, he can't trust serving the same way he can trust family. Trust, in quotes, scare quotes. But that was the whole idea of his only male heirs are grandchildren. So yeah, if the grandchildren leave with his daughters, he doesn't have any posterity. They've gone. So Genesis 30, Merv Monson says, Genesis 30, verse 35 suggests he had sons. We're going to take a look at that. Laban said, "Good, let it be according to your words." So he removed on that day the striped and spotted goats and all that, and gave it to the care of his sons. Okay. So he moved spotted goats and speckled and the female goats, each and every one, and all the black ones among the sheep, and he gave them into the care of his sons. Okay. Who got all the striped and spotted, speckled? These are not your perfect sheep. Perfect sheep don't have spots, and speckles. Okay. So so this is the division of the property. Now, who are the sons? Remember, this doesn't necessarily mean his direct sons. It's probably his grandsons at this point. So Jacob's children. He's giving his flocks here to Jacob's children, the spotted ones. Remember, these are the... So he basically is separating out the sheep. The ones that are monocolored, because those are more valuable, especially the white ones, and take out the black sheep, because no one wants black sheep. Sheep with spots, sheep with stripes, sheep with speckles. These are not the ones that you want. So he's giving them on to Jacob's sons. So that's what's going on there. All right, he continues 31:1. Okay, see what else he's got here. 31. Now Jacob heard the words of Laban's sons, saying, Jacob has taken away all that was our father's. Maybe he did have sons. Yeah, sons, like he had sons. Okay. But where are they now? So Jacob has taken away all that was our father's, and from what belonged to our father, he has made his all as well. He didn't take anything from his father. So what's going on there? Jacob saw the attitude of Laban. Behold, it was not friendly towards him as formerly. And the Lord said to Jacob, "Return the land of your fathers and to your relatives. I will be with you." Okay, so it sounds like he did have sons. I had thought he did not have sons, but I was apparently wrong. Okay, I'll buy that. No, yeah, they could have been grandsons. That's possible as well. Marv Monson, that mentions the sons too, but maybe they were grandsons. Yeah, either way, they were on Laban's side, yeah. Yeah, or grandsons. They still could have been grandsons. Because if he had more than 2 daughters, and Jacob was with Laban a long time. So, it's possible. Deadbeat sons. Yeah. Possible. Or they're off starting their own clans. That's the other thing too. They could be. But
There's a question too.
Yeah.
That they wouldn't. Laban.
No, they wouldn't fall under Laban's posterity. If there's a clan split, yeah, they wouldn't fall under Laban's posterity. Laban would still be abandoned.
So that's.
Yeah, that could be where the impression came from that he didn't have sons. If there was a clan split. Yeah. The thing here is this stuff is these family relations are really tricky. They're really tricky. So, because a son can be a grandson. So it's and if there was a clan split, they wouldn't be necessarily under Laban's umbrella anymore. Okay, well, interesting, yeah. Hard to say for sure though. Okay, but suffice it to say, this whole idea that women marrying a man were still under their authority of the fathers, that was very unusual. Okay, next one here is from Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you for the super chat. During a live stream, you mentioned that you don't think the Bible offers evidence of God's omnipresence. I think Psalm 135, 5-10 is strong evidence. Thoughts? Okay, let's look at that. This is the verse, the passage everybody who believes in omnipresence brings up. Everyone brings this up. This is the omnipresence of verse in the Bible. Okay. Until you start reading it. Okay, so let's go start at verse 5 here. Oh, let's start a little earlier. Let's start with the whole thing. Let's start with verse 2. Or actually, sorry, verse 1. Thou hast searched me and known me. Thou dost know when I sit and when I rise. Thou dost understand my thought from afar. Omniscience. This is all talking about omniscience. Thou dost scrutinize my path and my lying down, and art intimately acquainted with my ways. Standard omniscience so far. Even before there is a word on my tongue, behold, O Lord, thou dost know it all. Still omniscience. Okay, now this is where they make the case for omnipresence. Thou hast enclosed me behind and before, and laid thy hand upon me. Okay, now you got presence, but not omnipresence. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me. Back to omniscience. It's too high, I cannot attain it. Okay, still omniscience. Where can I go from thy spirit? Where can I flee from thy presence? Now, that's not saying that he's everywhere. It's saying you can't escape him. He knows where you're going. He knows where you are. He can find you no matter where you are. Not because he's everywhere, but because he can be anywhere. There's a difference between can be anywhere and is everywhere. Okay? They're very, very different concepts. Verse 8, if I ascend to heaven, thou art there. If I make my bed in Sheol, behold, thou art there. If I take the wings of the dawn, and if I dwell in the remotest part of the sea, even there thy hand will lead me. Thy hand will lay hold of me. Okay? So he can be anywhere. He isn't. That's not the same as saying he's everywhere. Alexis says, if God is holy and everywhere, how can he be in unholy things? That's the $1,000,000 question. How can he be in the statue of Baal? If maybe Baal worshippers are right, God's in the statue of Baal. So they weren't wrong to worship Baal because God's presence is in the statue of Baal. It does seem to be stretching things, but that's the implication, isn't it? If God is everywhere, he is inside the statue of a Baal. He's in an idol. Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to make that claim. Yeah, this is why omniscience works a lot better than omnipresence. You're going to get the problem of pantheism. You're going to get the problem of God in profane things. Yeah, yeah, we don't want to go there. We just don't. It's you're going to end up saying blasphemous things if you press that way too hard. So BC, omniscience is enough. Yeah, it is enough. And really what Psalm 139 is telling you is you just can't escape him. You just can't escape God. You know, because he knows everything. Yeah. You can't do anything in secret. He knows where you are. He can find you if he wants. Ryan Cohenkamp, does the Holy Spirit indwelling us seem maybe not omnipresence, but maybe multi-presence? Yeah, multi-presence is fine. Yeah. Some have used the conditional term, use the term conditional omnipresence, but that's an oxymoron. That's an oxymoron because conditional negates the omni part. So I don't like when people use, say, the conditional omnipresence. Multi-presence is fine. I mean, God can be in more than one place at once. That's easy. That's easy for a divine being of his nature. Okay, so yeah, omnipresence. Because here's the thing: once you break that omni bit, you don't have omnipresence anymore. And if you have the omnipresence, it's gonna collapse into pantheism and profane indwellings. So you really, yeah. I have conditional omniscience. I don't know what I don't know. Yeah, that's sort of the silliness of that whole conditional omnis. The conditional omnis are really silly. They don't. Yeah, they're oxymorons. Proto omnipresence. Oh dear. We're getting into some deep lore here now. Oh. I'm a conditional billionaire. That's about the way I'm a conditional billionaire. Proto-billionaire, yeah. Okay. Let's get back to this. Okay, so Andrew, hope that answers your question. Psalm 139, 5-10 is not really talking about omnipresence. It's really talking about his omniscience and that you just can't escape God. That's really what it's talking about here. So, as much as proponents of omnipresence do use this to support their claims, it doesn't work in the end. It just doesn't work. So, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here. If manna is a mushroom, why does the Bible say it's from heaven? You need the chapter and verse here, man. Let's see if we can find it. So, let's find the chapter and verse for manna. Okay. There it is, at least, I think. Okay, 16. Okay, verse 29. See, the Lord has given you the Sabbath. Therefore, he gives you bread for 2 days on the 6th. Remain every man in his place. Let no man go in place. And the house of Israel. Okay, go back a bit here. Okay, and the Lord spoke to Moses. This is Exodus 16, verse 11 and 12. I've heard the grumblings of the sons of Israel. Speak to them, saying, at twilight you shall eat meat, and in the morning you shall be filled with bread. You shall know that I am the Lord your God. So it came about at evening, the quails came up and covered the camp. And in the morning there was a layer of dew around the camp. Now this is the kicker here. Verse 14. When the layer of dew evaporated, behold, on the surface of the wilderness there was a fine flake-like thing, fine as the frost on the ground. When the sons of Israel saw it, they said to one another, what is it? For they did not know what it was. And Moses said to them, it is bread which the Lord has given you to eat. Okay, so why use the term from heaven? Because they didn't know where it came from. That's what it's talking about here. Okay, so they're giving the writer's giving you both the description of what happened, and then basically saying we don't know where it came from, so it came from heaven. But what's happening is the dew's forming on the ground, it's evaporating or absorbing into the sand, and the fungus underneath the sand does what it does when it gets a spot of dew, which is form mushrooms. So
The really thing I thought is
Mhm.
that they kept it except on the Sabbath.
yeah, it spoiled overnight except for on the Sabbath. Yeah.
That's
Yeah, it's a bit supernatural.
it goes bad overnight, except on the
Yeah.
every Sabbath.
BCS, is bread here in the bread sense or in the general food sense? More in the general food sense. So that's really what's it's more in the general food sense. Lahan. So I mean it's bread can mean like a bread product as in a wheat or barley product, but it can also mean just food. So Alexis, man has mushrooms crying. Hey, what's so wrong? What's wrong about that? Mushrooms are terrific. Mushrooms are really terrific. Camilla Part. Then the Lord said to Moses, behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you. Exodus 16:4. Yeah, and again, what's the source? The physical source isn't literally, I mean, it's not literally, I mean, the observation of the Israelites is not wafers falling down from heaven. It's not that. It's not hailing bread balls, no. It's not hailing matzo balls. Hundreds killed from raining matzo balls. Cloudy with a chance of manna. Dossman, yummy and sad. Alexis, dang, that's exactly how I imagined it. Maribon, it says it was sweet and resembled coriander seed, though. Yeah, and mushrooms have a huge flavor, a very diverse flavor profile. There are some variety of mushrooms that do taste like honey. There are some that taste like beef. There are vast range of flavor profiles for fungus. So, can I get my manna with poppy seeds? I'm sure when they start importing poppies from where was it now? Cyprus. Yes, you can. Alexis, mushrooms are the go-to foods. Oh yeah, mushrooms are amazing. Oh yeah. And the closest that's been described that I've seen to what possibly manna could be is something called the desert truffle. And they do form on the surface. They do grow. The fungus itself does grow under sandy conditions. So AJ Higgins asks, does the Bible mention any other type of mushroom other than manna? Is there a specific source concerning this that you know? I don't know a specific source for this, and the Bible itself does not mention any other types of mushrooms, as far as I know. Camilla Pard, desert truffle. How do they find them if pigs weren't allowed? They're not. This is not the European truffle. Okay, this is not the European truffle. The European truffle grows underground near the base of old oak trees, and you need the pigs to, because those particular fungus give off a pheromone analog that attracts male pigs. Okay, so yeah, there's these are not, the desert truffle isn't like the European truffle or the white, what's sometimes called the white or the black truffle. These are different. They tend to grow on the surface, so you don't need a pig to find them. They just sort of collect on top of the sand when they bloom. They are edible. You can, I don't know what the flavor profile is. They're very rare. You don't see them very often. So they're a rare fungus. They tend to grow in savanna, not desert conditions, which would fit with our descriptions of the Sinai at the time of the Late Bronze Age. So, yeah. Any manure. They smell and taste like old socks, the European ones. Yeah, I have never been really enamored with truffles myself. They do smell and taste a bit like old socks. They've got a bit of a musky taste. Never been, I mean, I've never been able to afford them either, but I mean, they're crazy expensive. Huh? Sorry? Picture there, yeah. Yeah, I blank it out sometimes. BC, truffle mayonnaise is great. Never had that. Truffle oil is disgusting. Truffle oil is absolutely disgusting. It's not made of truffle. Ugh. I don't even know. I've had fresh provincial truffles. Blech. Yeah. Foodie section. So talking about truffles.
Thank
Mrs. Producer wants to thank Annie for not feeling bad about being poor and not being able to try them. Mayo must be simple. Well, you know, a good fresh mayo, oh, is beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. A homemade mayo or an aioli. Oh, yeah. Yeah, though that's good eats. That's good eats. But ugh. Yeah, I wouldn't put truffle in that. And especially not truffle oil. Truffle oil is super disgusting. It's not made with truffles at all. It's made with a chemical compound. Yeah, it's real. That tastes nothing like actual truffle. Dossman, I make my own with sunflower oil. I've used avocado oil to make mayonnaise, and it's beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful. AJ Higgins, but chocolate truffle on the other hand, chocolate truffle isn't truffle. It's just called a truffle because it's supposed to look like a truffle. Yeah, chocolate truffles aren't truffles. Okay. Camel leopard. Next, you'll tell me chocolate turtles are turtles.
Girl,
Yeah, and Girl Scout cookies aren't made with Girl Scouts either.
very
Too fun. Too fun. Yes, baby oil is not made of babies either. Hate to break that to you. What about brownies?
brownies.
Yeah, now brownies are made with real brownies, okay? Real sprites.
You hit the shark.
Okay, let's get back to the super chats here. Next one here from Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you for the super chat. Did you do a video at one point on how to calculate the 3 days and 3 nights of Christ in the tomb? Okay. I think we did a short on that. The way it works, the way you have to keep in mind that it is into the 3rd day. So the Greek here is very specific. It's not saying 3 full nights, three full days and 3 full nights. 3 days and 3 nights collective. So if you've made it into day 3, you've made it pretty much. So he dies on just before sunset on the Friday. Okay? So it's just before sunset. So that would be could be technically day 1. So that Friday before the sunset, because the Jewish day is sunset to sunset. So you start with the day before, basically with the slaughter of the Passover lamb, the day before the sunset of the Passover. The day before that, Friday, because that particular Passover was on a Friday. It's on a Friday, and it's on a Sabbath and a Passover. So you got that Friday. Okay, so you get the night, you get the morning, okay, and then you're into Saturday, night and morning, and then he raises from the dead Sunday morning. So it's one of those things where it's into the 3rd day he rises. So they're executing on before the Sabbath. They can't execute a man on the Sabbath. And you can't execute him on the Passover. So he's got to be dead by that point. So he is already dead at that point in time. So it's one of those things where you have to really look at the Greek. Like Bishop Spong, when he attacked the Bible, an Anglican bishop attacked the Bible? No, we've never heard that before. Bishop Spong's big sort of attack on the Bible was on the resurrection of Jesus Christ, where he said that there weren't 3 full days for the resurrection. Okay, but the text doesn't say that. The text uses the Greek ice and the particular spong, S-P-O-N-G. So Spong was never trained in Greek. Spong didn't know that this is how you were supposed to read it. So So I mean, once you know how the cases work, it's ice with the, I believe it was ice with the dative. That means into, not just three complete days, but into tritos or trite um day as such. So yeah, John Shelby Spong, that's the guy. So yeah, that's the long and illustrious history of the Anglican Church for you. And he was Spong was he Archbishop of San Francisco, or sorry, Bishop of San Francisco? Like, yeah, ugh, ick. Harry Stark. Any thoughts on the new Archbishop of Canterbury? Well, he's definitely a divisive figure. Quite literally a divisive figure. Split the whole Anglican Church in half. Divisive figure. Now we got two Anglican churches. Francis Dobbs. Oh, yeah, we'll take it right now then. Since we're on it. Francis Dobbs for $10. Thank you. Did you hear about the schism in the Anglican Communion as of October 16? Yeah. Yeah, I did. This was a long time coming. Okay. This was a lot this was a long time coming. Basically Anglicanism has basically shifted into sort of more progressive or liberal churches versus really conservative churches. And the vast majority of Anglicans alive today live in the developing world. So they live in Africa. They live in Southeast Asia. And those communities are very, very conservative. Theologically conservative. So they had already, those congregations had already, through its, I think it's GAFCON, had already traced a lot, put a line in the sand that basically said if the Church of England went any further than that line, that it would end up in a break of communion. Some churches had already split over this, like the Annic churches. The Annic churches had already split with the Church of England over, say, gay marriage. Okay, so there'd already been that's a schism going on. So, so you already had the Annic churches that had already split off at that point. Had already said enough is enough. GAFCON gave the conservative congregations in GAFCON gave the Church of England like one more line in the sand, and they finally on October 16th said enough's enough. You know, no more absolute cutoff of communion. They're basically anathematized the Church of England. So they basically, in their statement, they said things like they people of their communion can no longer attend any meetings called by the Archbishop of Canterbury. They cannot give or receive money to or from the Church of England. So you can't donate to the Church of England, and you can't receive money from them. You cannot accept their ordinations anymore. This is a complete communion break. And they've gone as far as to say that the Church of England is no longer representing the Church of Christ. This is a big deal for Anglicans. You know, I mean, we talk about, say say, community church and Protestant schisms all the time. But the Church of England has really prided itself on sort of, let's maintain the communion even if we disagree with each other. Okay? This is one of those instances where oh yeah, Dossman says this is next level compared to those. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this is totally next level. A lot of mainline big Protestant churches, the conservatives will disagree with the liberals, but they'll still have communion just to try to convince each other of things they'll never convince each other of. That happens all the time. So for a church to split right down the middle like this, and the largest group leaving, I mean, we have to understand that the conservative congregations of the Church of England, like 82% of them are in very conservative. So this is the huge chunk of the Church of England just picking up and leaving. It's yeah. Glory of the Most High, Britain, woke king, woke church, woke folks. Well, okay. Let's think. Keep one thing. Camille Part. Is it really down the middle? If it's 82% of the church, it's down the middle according to the number of bishops, but not congregations. Okay. Liberal churches tend to have a much higher number of clergy per communicant, per laity, than, say, over in Africa. It's not unusual in Africa for a Anglican priest to have 1,000, 2,000 laity. Not uncommon. Here in Canada, there was a during the annex split, okay, where the Church of England of Canada had it split with the annex churches. There was one church here called St. John's of Vancouver, and it's split into two congregations. Okay, the Church of England, one that stayed, say, with the Church of England. It was it's now called St. John's Shaughnessy, I believe, and it has a congregation of about 50 to 100. The one that left, the Annick church that sort of split away, they had a congregation of around, I believe, between, was it 600 to 1,000? It was considered at the time to be the largest Anglican church in Canada by a long shot. Okay? So, it's one of those things where, even though most of the communicants, laity of the Anglican Church are in Africa, it's considered a sort of a divided split, because you got a lot more churches, a lot more priests in North America on a per capita basis. So yeah, it's just it's a very messy business. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so those are my general thoughts regarding, say, the Anglican split. Um Yeah, it's a full communion break. They're not going to recognize each other's clergy anymore. They're not going to recognize each other's ordinations. Um, the other thing too is GAFCON has gone to a. The other thing is, GAFCON has also gone to a council model instead of an archbishopric. But there was one other thing I wanted to say here. Regarding that woke king thing, woke king, woke church. And then later on, I saw also, where did I see it? Her comment here. Saw Alexis. Was it Alexis comments? Saw here. Yeah, Alexis says an entire sect dedicated, dictated by Henry's hormones. Henry's desire for a son is really what dictated it. Not so much his hormones. I mean, he did like the young ladies. There's no question he liked the young ladies. But, and kings always did. Kings always had mistresses back then. But there was more going on than that, just that. It's more complicated than that. The Church of England really got its start because of Henry VIII couldn't get annulments. This is one of the things, is Henry was never really divorced. Never really divorced. He went for annulments. So, even though he was married to Catherine of Aragon for 20 years, he got that marriage annulled. He annulled that marriage. So, yeah, it's kind of a misconception that he was divorced. I know we all use that rhyme. Was it divorced?
Yeah.
Beheaded, died, divorced. Beheaded, died, divorced. Something like that. Yeah. But he was never divorced. All of his marriages that ended in quote divorce were annulments. An annulment is legally different. An annulment is you were never married to begin with.
Life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 So, but essentially, Henry couldn't get his marriages annulled. So that was his reason for becoming head of the Church of England. Now, who picks the Archbishop of Canterbury? It's not the king. The king does not appoint the Archbishop of Canterbury. It's the Prime Minister. And it's been that way for a few centuries now. So the fact is, in the British political system, the king will probably never contest the decision of the Prime Minister in the selection of the Archbishop of Canterbury, because it's become a political decision. It's a political position where the Archbishop of Canterbury has a seat in the House of Lords. So, the Church of England is not it's not a religious institution. It's a political institution. So, well, the king can execute constitutional powers. The king can still do that. It's just very it's really, how do I say this, politically dicey for a king to exercise constitutional powers. The king can advise and consent to a bill The king can advise and consent to appointments. The prime minister doesn't have to listen. The king can overrule the prime minister. However, that starts to create constitutional crises, and that leads to instability. So, even if the king personally disagrees with the choice for the archbishop, he probably won't do anything about it, just because it's just too dicey. Yeah, so it's very politically difficult now for a king to assert any authority, even though he still constitutionally has it. But as far as the Church of England goes, it's the prime minister. The prime minister appointed this archbishop, and the current prime minister of the UK is very, very woke. And it's been the prime minister's power for a long time to appoint the Archbishop of Canterbury. Just we haven't had as corrupt prime ministers as we have had recently. So there you go. Okay, let's move on to the next question here. Darkblade, the current PM is a literal atheist from what I heard. That wouldn't surprise me one bit. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. Yeah, literal atheists appointing archbishops.
How that happened?
That happened in Henry's day too, but hey, you know. Well, I mean, Henry was a Catholic. He never ceased being a Catholic.
Yeah.
He just appointed himself Pope. Exactly. Okay, next one here is, let's go next to Super Chat. Next Super Chat here from AT is Genesis 46:27. 66 plus 2 equals 70. All right, let's talk about this. All right. Genesis 46, and we alluded to this a little earlier on in the live stream. Verse 27. Okay. I will start at verse 26 here. All the persons belonging to Jacob who came to Egypt, his direct descendants, not including the wives of Jacob's sons, were 66 persons in all. And 2 sons of Joseph, who were born to him in Egypt, were 2. Okay, so there's the 2, there's the 2 plus the 66. All the persons of the house of Jacob who came to Egypt were 70. Okay, 66 plus 2 equals 68. That doesn't equal 70. What are we missing here? Because these people weren't stupid. They could add. 2 sons missing. Okay? 2 sons missing. Judah's oldest son and Onan. They're counted. The dead are counted. There's your other 2 sons. 68 plus 2 is 70. So, even though Onan and his older brother never went to Egypt, they are counted as all the persons of the house of Jacob. So that's where it comes. That's where the 70 number comes from. It's that number of completion, but it also has to include some of the dead. So like we had said before regarding, will your mother bow to you even though she's long dead? Yeah. Yeah. They might. Because the dead are often included in these things. So, BC, did their bones go to Egypt? No, probably not. They totally didn't take the bones to Egypt. But what they did was they just brought them in memory. So Ryan Cohen. So all the persons were of the house of Jacob, not who came to Egypt. Right. Yep. That's all the persons of the house of Jacob. So yeah, that's the sons of Jacob, all of them. So sons, grandsons, yeah. And you have to include in this the two sons of Judah that didn't survive. I don't even remember what the first name of the first one is. Someone will remember it, but there's him and there's Onan. So but all this is clan integrity stuff. This is clan integrity stuff. This is tribe integrity. That's all what this is leading up to. Is you've got the full integrity of Jacob's clan here, Jacob's tribe. So Judah Jr. Yeah, he wasn't important. I don't remember his name either. I don't even know if he got a name. All right. Judah Jr. JJ. JJ. Inconspicuous asks, how do you reconcile a dating of the Pentateuch to the 13th century BC with the dating of the grammar of the Pentateuch to 1000 to 500 BC? Okay. You're talking here the difference between, say, 13th century and, say, what's called classical Hebrew. The reconciliation is that we know that the grammar was updated because we do have archaisms in the text. Archaisms that well predate 1000 BC. Some of those archaisms include stuff like Amoritic words, that sort of thing. So it does seem that the Pentateuch, at least the early documents of the Pentateuch that would have dated to the late 13th century, early 12th, like, for example, Song of the Sea, were updated from their original Amoritic to what later on would be classical Hebrew. And you get this all the time when documents get copied. More documents get copied, the more they tend to be updated to modern lexicography. We see this even in, say, English translations. English translations do this all the time. We're not still using Tyndale's original translations into English. God help us if we did. We're not. Or even the original King James of 1611.
Oh,
we tend to ask, we make copies. As we make copies, we update the grammar and the lexicography. You know, copyists, you're not? No, shocking. Shocking. Ryan asks, would that be considered a translation then? Depends. It could be considered, I would consider it a dialect change. Because Amoritic, by the time you get to that point in time, is probably going to be really, really close to what a classical Hebrew is going to be. Very close. We do know from the Amoritic of the 17th century that's already very close to Hebrew. So give it a few centuries, and it's probably going to be very similar to classical Hebrew. So at that point, you're just going to just update some of the grammar, put in a few vowels here through the maters, and you got classical Hebrew. So Camilla Parr says, but how shall you know the son of Goda? Hey, it's older English. You have to pronounce those final syllables. The son of God. Alexis. Modern English Bibles prove there was no early Christianity because it's all now written in modern English. Yeah. That's sort of how these sometimes these arguments work. It's sometimes how they work. Okay, so inconspicuous. That's how we would justify this. We do know that there was updating. We do know there's Amoritic archaisms in the text. So this is just what happens when texts get copied. So hope that helps. Okay, next one here is from AT, and we'll go on. Oop. Exodus 1634. How could they place it before the testimony when it wasn't made yet? Is there some switching of chronology? No. But we're going to get into what's going on there. Exodus 16, verse 34. Okay, now they're out. They're collecting manna. They get a jar of manna. And I go to here, verse 34. And we'll start at verse 33. And Moses said to Aaron, take a jar, put an omer full of manna in it, and place it before the Lord to keep it throughout your generations. As the Lord commanded Moses, so Aaron placed it before the testimony to be kept. Now, it's this word here that we're going to be talking about here, aduth. Aduth is an interesting word. Okay? There is a ron aduth, and a ron of the testimony, a ark of the testimony. And in fact, the early name of the Ark of the Covenant is called the Ark of the Testimony. And then after the Shekinah glory comes upon it, it becomes the Ark of the Covenant. What is a testimony? Testimony is a conspiracy. Okay. I hate this word testimony because I think this is not a good translation. Okay? It's not a good translation because people want to think like in the terms of, say, a legal testimony or as a testament of a will or something. That's not what's talking about here. Okay? What's talking about here is a conspiracy. Okay? Yes, Ark of the Conspiracy. That's exactly what it is. Think of it this way. Okay? When you go and do a business deal with somebody, okay? You have to conspire with the guy you're about to do the business deal with. Okay? You don't have a contract with them yet. You don't have a formal agreement. You have an understanding. So you're conspiring with that other business owner to do a certain job for you. Then he pulls out the contract. Now you sign the contract. You've got a legally binding agreement between you and the other business owner. You no longer have a conspiracy. You have an agreement, a covenant. A conspiracy has to take place before there's a covenant. So this is what this is. So what's going on here is they've got some sort of mini shrine going on. That's sort of pre-tabernacle, where God and man are coming to this conspiracy. God's conspiring with mankind to make an agreement. So the manna here is being placed as the evidence of this conspiracy within this sort of mini shrine. And that shrine will then be transferred to, say, other apparatus within the tabernacle system. So, oh, absolutely, we should call it the Ark of the Conspiracy. Absolutely, it's the most descriptive. Chest of the Conspiracy is good too. Yeah, Ryan, the Bible is full of conspiracies. Um, this same word, a dooth, that's used in this, actually shows up in an Egyptian text. Really interesting Egyptian text called the Harem Conspiracy Papyrus. And this is following the assassination of Ramses III, where Ramses IV brings to trial everybody involved in the Harem Aduth, the harem conspiracy to kill the king. So it's got a really, this word is a really interesting history to it. Really interesting. So yeah, it's cool. This is a cool reference. It's a cool word. And what's probably going on here is they've got some sort of mini shrine. Might have a little tent around it of their of that's not quite holy space yet, but they're starting to form this. This is like pre-tabernacle, so they're forming this pre-tabernacle shrine to start housing stuff like the jar of manna. So Alexis says, so much depth and historical context to this passage that I would have never guessed. Oh, the Bible's just full of this stuff. This is why I love doing the Bible. I mean, the Bible's so cool because it has all these layers of context and depth and information. And this is one of the most interesting. This is a really, really interesting passage. Fascinating passage. Okay, so there's no switching chronology here. They haven't come to reach the covenant yet. They haven't reached the agreement. So they're starting to negotiate terms with God. This is the Aduth. This is the conspiracy. So, okay. So, thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciated. Could be. Who knows? All right. Let's see what's next here. All right, Andrew Gluler for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, can you please make a video at some point explaining how the dates BC and before Christ and Anno Domini were calculated, and why some people think Jesus' birthday should be backdated by 5 years? Yeah. And it's actually the guy who comes up with the whole Anno Domini calendar that makes this statement. He knows he goofed it up. So, and Exagoose is his name. And he's the guy that came up with the whole Anno Domini calendar to better calculate Easter. That's really what it was all about. He wanted to come up with the Anno Domini calendar so he could better calculate when Easter was going to happen, predict when it was going to happen. Because back in his day and age, that's what they were all crazy to discover. So, it is, the calculations are complicated. But he also needed to do this proper trace back to, because of some of his assumptions were wrong. So yeah. They did discover, it was discovered pretty fast that he was off by about 4 to 6 years. And I lean to about 4. So, and almost every historian agrees with that these days. So it's not a controversial thing at all. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. We might do a video on this. It's possible we could do that. All right, next chat here. is from 18 Ministries here. Okay, Exodus 18:4. Eleazar was named before the Exodus, though. All right, Exodus 18, verse 4. I'm talking about the sons of Moses. Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took Moses' wife Zipporah after he had sent her away, and her two sons, of whom one was named Gershom, for he said, I have been a sojourner in a foreign land, and the other was named Eleazar, for said, the God of my father was my help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. Okay. Yes, he's named before the Exodus. The reason why he's named before the Exodus is because the sword of the Pharaoh he was running away from was not that of Ramses II. It was from the sword of Horemheb. Okay? Because Moses has to flee Egypt because he did something naughty there. He killed an Egyptian, and they were hunting him down for committing murder. And Horemheb was a law and order kind of pharaoh. So, it could have been the babies too. That's also possible. Yeah, that's totally possible. He wouldn't be the babies of the Pharaoh, Nile Pharaoh. That would be I. I would be the babies of the Nile Pharaoh. But, he's saved from Pharaoh's sword for that too. Yeah. So, either one of these could fit that reason for naming Eleazar like he did prior to the Exodus. He's saved once, from the killing of King I, and then he's saved again when he flees Egypt from Horemheb. So, yeah. Although he probably would not have remembered the being a baby at the time. He would have had very, very clear recollection of being chased by Horemheb's men. So, yeah, you're probably not going to forget that anytime soon. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. The Camilla part. He had a whole dream about. Prince of Egypt told me so. Hey, the studio that made Prince of Egypt, DreamWorks, right? It's prophetic. Okay, that was fun. Next one here. From the Camilla Pard for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Storm deities were often depicted as being able to throw or create thunderbolts. Was this true of for Seth as well? If not, what did Egyptians attribute lightning to? Now, lightning's a very interesting phenomena because it tends to congregate. You tend to see lightning. It basically, the way lightning works is you get a charge on the ground that has to work its way up. Now, we think of lightning coming down from heaven. It actually goes up, which is why it tends to favor high points. Okay? So, you got all these electrons on the ground, and they want to move up to equalize the charge between the atmosphere and the ground. Now, Egypt isn't really a hilly place. At least not where the people live. So, the Egyptians didn't actually see a whole lot of lightning. Lightning is pretty uncommon in Egypt. So, when they're thinking storm deities, they're not thinking lightning. They're thinking torrential rains and hail and snow. These are storms that move off of the Swiss Alps. There is a weather pattern where a north to south wind moves down across Europe, over the Swiss Alps, over the Mediterranean, and then hits the Nile Delta. It's come all apart. So what you're saying is Zeus would be powerless in Egypt. Interesting. Yeah, he didn't really make it into their pantheon. Not really as much as some of the other Greek gods did. So when the Egyptians are thinking about storms, they're not thinking about lightning. They're thinking about floods. Flash floods, rains, torrential winds, hail, sometimes snow. Okay. Because he was a coward. Could be. That could be why Zeus didn't go. Good as explanation as any. Yeah, Zeus couldn't do much against flash floods. Zeus could shake mountains, hurl thunderbolts, but flash floods, no, he was kind of useless. So yeah, this is why you don't see Set as a lightning deity, because lightning was not a common phenomenon in Egypt. It just wasn't. It's a valley. It's a river valley, and it didn't have the sort of storm systems where you would get that same differential in currents. So, the land was soggy in the delta where you'd get the storms. So that wouldn't hold a charge all that well anyway. So, yeah, lightning was pretty rare in Egypt. But boy, they could get some real brutal rainstorms. Real brutal rainstorms. So that's why. That's why Set is associated with storms, but not necessarily thunderbolts. Rob Laird, too much blowing sand neutralizes the charge. Probably more the humidity. Really, it's probably more the humidity. The Delta has crazy humidity. So, so even though in some humid places you do get lots of lightning, you have to have that. You do have to have a lot of wind, sort of, stripping the land of that charge, or creating that charge differential, and you just don't find that in Egypt. You just don't find that in Egypt. So it's just another reason humidity sucks. Yeah, not gonna argue with you on that one. We got bad humidity here. You know, it's funny. We actually have really high humidity here in Vancouver, but in the Midwest, we saw a lot more lightning. Saw a lot of lightning in the Midwest. You don't see much lightning here in Vancouver. We get a lot of in Vancouver here. We get a lot of windstorms. We get a lot of windstorms. We get a lot of rainstorms, but we don't get much lightning. Lightning's not really as much a thing here. Huh. Kamal part. Tornadoes, humidity, hawk-sized mosquitoes. It's great. Oh, I'm sure it is. I lived in Chicago for 8 years. I know what it's like. Tornadoes. Yeah. Oh, well. Darkblade, does Vancouver also commonly have terrible weather for Halloween festivals like the northwestern US? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, terrible for almost most of our Halloweens are torrential downpours. Kids in their costumes drenched and soggy coming home. Glorious. Just glorious. Yeah, best costume choice is a rubber ducky, yeah. No candy for you, only water. Yep. Okay, let's move on to the next chat here. Uh Exodus 23:31. What are these boundary markers? Okay, Exodus 23:31. Okay. Interesting little passage here. The Lord talks about the conquest here. Start verse 23. And I will send hornets ahead of you, that they may drive out the Hivites, the Canaanites, and the Hittites before you. I will not drive them out before you in a single year, that the land may not become desolate. So, conquest is going to take a long time, dudes. Sit back and enjoy the ride. And the beasts of the field become too numerous for you. I will drive them out before you, little by little, until you become fruitful and take possession of the land. And that's exactly what we see happening, is after the Israelites destroy the cities of the Amorites, it takes them a long time to actually settle in and start forming communities that have that unique Israelite identity, because it just takes time. It just takes time to establish themselves. Verse 31, and I will fix your boundary from the Reed Sea to the Sea of the Philistines. Now, the Reed Sea here is probably not the Yam Suf in the Sinai. It's probably the Yam Suf at Ezion Geber. The Sea of the Philistines, that's the Mediterranean. And from the wilderness to the wilderness is the Negev, to the river Euphrates, for I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hands, and you will drive them out before you. Okay, so what these are is basically defining what's going to be the maximum extent of their possible holdings. This is what God is going to give them if they basically obey. So, verse 32 and 33, you shall make no covenant with them or with their gods. They shall not live in your land, lest they sin against me. For if you serve their gods, it will surely be a snare to you. Okay, so essentially, that's all that's going on here. Is it's just a maximum extent of their territory. So it's basically defining you can go no further than this. So that's what those boundary markers are, and that's what a boundary marker is. We do actually in Egypt see real boundary markers. They're called boundary stela, and they define, say, the maximum limits of a city, or a territory, or a border. If you go to Amarna, you'll actually see carved into the sides of the cliffs several of these boundary stela, basically saying this is the maximum outside limit of Akhetaten, which is Akhenaten's capital. And those stela are there to basically say, okay, you can't live outside of this point. Other side of this is going to be sacred land for, say, burials and such. So that's what's going on with those boundary markers. It's to establish the maximum limits of what they can possess, but doesn't say that they will possess that. Hey, Mama, glad you could join us. Awesome. And Bubble Machine, too. Fantastic. Trick-or-treating in the rain, huh? Bubble Machine, trick-or-treating in the rain. Trick-or-treating in the rain. What a glorious feeling. I'm soggy again. Yeah. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. Many of my trick-or-treating expeditions as a kid were like that. You go out and you come back just soaking wet. Pieces of cardboard shambling off your costume. No. Okay, next one here is From the Camilla Part for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. I found an interesting theory that Jacob's ladder represented a ziggurat. What do you think about this? I don't think anyone in Canaan, I don't think Jacob would have ever known what a ziggurat was. The ziggurats were much further south in Mesopotamia, to where any of Jacob or his predecessors had lived. I doubt Abraham would have known what a ziggurat was. I don't think Terah would have known what a ziggurat was. So I have doubts that Jacob would know what a ziggurat is. So I think it's just too outside their sphere of influence for this to be a viable thing. I think it's parallelomania. I think this is parallelomania. Basically trying to make connections where there aren't any. So that's my thought on this. But maybe he's got more evidence. I don't know. But most of these attempts to try to connect those things, I just think it's just speculative. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here. Exodus 25:7. Did the lid, and he's talking about the Ark of the Covenant here, did the lid have wood too? What about the cherubs? Okay. We're going to talk a little bit about the Ark of the Covenant. 25:17. Okay. Verse 17. And you shall make a mercy seat of pure gold, 2.5 cubits long and 1.5 cubits wide. And you shall make 2 cherubim of gold, make them of hammered work at the ends of the mercy seat. Okay. The lid would have probably been wood too. Now, people get confused here when they see make a mercy seat of pure gold. They get tripped up by this word pure. And how they get tripped up is they start thinking, and Ron Wyatt got tripped up by this. Okay? Sorry, wrong Wyatt. Because Darkblade's going to correct me in a moment if I don't say that correctly. Yeah, he thought it was 900 pounds of 24 karat gold. Okay. Okay, in the late Bronze Age, they did not have purification. They didn't. The way you you did not in the late Bronze Age, refining technologies were not that sophisticated. You had cupellation and you had cementation. There were different methods of creating a gold. Now, cementation had not been invented yet. Okay? So the purity of gold was limited to about 70%. They couldn't really get beyond that with cupellation. And cupellation is where you mix gold with a natron to try to draw out the impurities. You could draw out a lot of the copper, and you certainly could draw out other impurities, but you couldn't separate the gold from the silver. So this led to a limitation where any of the gold you find in the late Bronze Age was almost all 70% or lower. Okay, so this idea that the text here is talking about 24 karat gold is ridiculous. They didn't have 24 karat gold in the late Bronze Age. Wasn't a thing unless they found it naturally, which was really rare. So what they're talking about here by pure is not pure in the sense of being 24 karat pure. What they're talking about here is ritually pure. Okay? This is the sort of purity that, yes, BC, 24 karat gold is considered to be pure gold. With no additives. Okay. So what they're talking about here is tahor, which is ritual purity. So this is gold that has never been used in an idol. Okay, so that's what that's what the text is talking about here, is ritually pure gold, not compositionally pure gold. It's a different kind of purity. So in all likelihood, the mercy seat was made of wood. Excuse me. Huh?
Imagine going
Shit. Yeah. Nice. Camel leopard. I imagine growing carrots in Egypt would be pretty difficult, gold or not. They're a European weed. Carrots are a European weed. They didn't have carrots in Egypt. Silver and gold, we have some. So what? You kiss your wife with that mouth? Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's what it's talking about here. Now, in the why is ritually pure gold important? And that comes down to verse 18. You shall make 2 cherubim of gold, make them of hammered work at the ends of the mercy seat. It's this thing, hammered work. This is what's called in, say, jewelry making, cold forming. The cherubim were cold formed. So they're not cast. These are not cast items. They're basically, you've got a lump of gold, and you pound it into the shape you want. And with enough hammering and pressing and moving with the right tools, you can make a little statue out of a cold lump of gold. Okay? But because this gold has not been refined with fire, okay, there's no cupellation involved here. It has to be ritually pure. So the emphasis here in this passage is on the ritual purity of the gold being used. So in the case of the lid, there's nothing that would prevent it from being made, having acacia wood interior and then being covered with ritually pure gold. And then the cherubs would be attached and cold formed and attached to that lid. And would be a very, very common method of making chests like this. Very, very common. So that's what's going on there. Hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, next one here. The Camilla part for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What people groups were being referred to when Genesis mentions Philistines? Were they specific ethnic groups or just living in future Philistia? Probably more the latter. The mention of Philistines in Genesis is a retrojection. They're basically using what people would have contemporaneously have identified those groups as. They were essentially a kind of Canaanite prior to the Philistines. When the Philistines, the sea peoples, come in from the north, they're going to integrate with the native Canaanites, and that's where you're going to get the sea peoples / Philistines from. So that's all that's going on here. It's just a retrojection talking about the people who live there now. So, Timiar, Peliset. Peliset is one tribe. There were many tribes of sea peoples. The Philistines are named after the Peliset, but they're not the only ones. You got the Mekwesh, you got the what's it called now? The Sheridan, there's just many tribes of Philistines. So okay, next one here. What's John 3:8 mean? Okay, so now we flipped from the Old Testament to the New. John 3 verse 8. Okay, now John, there's a large portion of John 3 that even today remains very controversial, and scholars are all across the board on the meaning of many of Jesus's words within chapter 3. But verse 8, and it's tied to actually verse 7 here, where Jesus is talking to Nicodemus in the middle of the night. Okay, it's just conversation between two guys in the middle of the night, and he says, "Do not marvel at this, that I said to you, you must be born again. The wind blows where it wishes, and you hear the sound of it, but you do not know where it comes from or where it is going. So is everyone who is born of the Spirit." All right. Now, what would you get from this? From a just a simple reading of it is, you would look at this and say, okay, talking about Jesus is using the wind as an analogy here. Okay, the wind blows where it wishes. You hear the sound of it, so you are aware of some effect of it, but you don't know where it comes from, where it is going. So is anyone who is born of the Spirit. So he's basically saying the Spirit does what the Spirit does. The Spirit here is sovereign. That's a good way of putting it. The Spirit here is sovereign. So the Spirit is the wind. You know, it blows, it does whatever it wishes, and those who are born again through the sovereignty of the Spirit. Camel referred, so Christians are breezy. Okay. Tumiara, you can't see the wind directly, but you can see its effects. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. And it does what it wants. The one thing you want to note in verse 8 is the wind here is personified. It's personified. This is one of the interesting things about this particular statement is, this is why it ties back so well. Jesus ties it back so well to those born of the Spirit. The wind blows where it wishes. A person has will. A person has wishes. This is a personification of the wind. So Jesus is saying, okay, the wind blows where it desires. You hear the sound of it, but you don't know where it comes from, where it's going. So is everyone who is born of the Spirit. God decides, okay, yeah, this person is going to be born again. Yeah, it's the same as the word pneuma. Yeah. Yeah. That's the same in Hebrew, and he's relying on that information. So he's going to rely on the whole pneuma wind connection here. In fact, the word in verse 8 for wind is pneuma, and so is spirit. So he's using the same word for wind and spirit. So that's not an accident. Not an accident. So Michael Watts, so you can't reach out and grasp the Spirit. You'd have to trust it. Or the Spirit will just come out and reach you. Probably more like what's going on here. Spirit's just going to come and reach you. So And Nicodemus is totally confused. He's totally confused. He doesn't get this. Because well, Israelite religion was really based upon temple ritual and trying to appease God. Not that God's going to reach out to you. This is a paradigm shifting thing. You know, that God reaches out to you? You kidding me? In temple ritual? No, you got to make sacrifices. You got to purify yourself ritually. You got to stay away from cheeseburgers. You got to do all these things. And Christ is telling Nicodemus, no, you don't have to do this. Anyone who's born of the Spirit is going to be done. It's going to happen through the sovereign will of the Spirit. Because the Spirit does what it does. He's sovereign. The Spirit will do what he wants. But if you want to be saved, you have to be born again through that sovereign will of the Spirit. Tastes like fictional tacos. I don't even want to know where that came from. Okay. Taco Jack's is better than Del Taco? You ever had Taco Jack's? Granville Island got our first Taco Bell. It's too bad it's a real pain in the butt to get to Granville Island. Granville Island's a hard place to get to by transit.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Vancouver has its first Taco Bell eyesore in the middle of its bougie shopping district. Fantastic. Fantastic. All right, let's move on to the next one here. Which all this means is I'm gonna have to make a run for Taco Bell at some point here, just to make Mrs. Producer happy. Yeah. All right. Next one here is from Mysterious Fungus for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What event in prophecy in Ezekiel 29:18 to 8 to 16 referring to about Egypt being desolate? Is it something already fulfilled or something not yet done? I would say something already fulfilled, but let's look at the text here. Ezekiel 29. All right. And this is a long prophecy. We'll start at verse 2 here because you do need a little more of the context here. Son of man, set your face against Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and prophesy against him and against all Egypt. Speak and say, thus says the Lord God, behold, I'm against you, Pharaoh, king of Egypt, the great monster that lies in the midst of the rivers, that has said, the Nile is mine, and I myself have made it. He's basically comparing Pharaoh to a chaos monster here. Okay, so yeah, he's comparing him to the Leviathan. He's essentially comparing Pharaoh to a Leviathan here. He uses the same imagery that you find of the Leviathan texts. Verse 4, and I shall put hooks in your jaws, and I shall make the fish of your rivers cling to your scales, and I shall bring you up out of the midst of your rivers, and all the fish of your rivers will cling to your scales. And I shall abandon you to the wilderness, you and all the fish of your rivers. You will fall on the open field. You will not be brought together or gathered. I've given you food to the beasts, given you for food to the beasts of the earth and to the birds of the sky, because all the inhabitants of Egypt will know that I am the Lord, because they have been only a staff made of reed to the house of Israel. When you took hold and were with the hand, you broke and tore their hands. And when they leaned on you, you broke and made all their loins quake. So basically what the Lord is saying here is, when Israel needed you, you were worthless. You were not a staff of hard wood. You were just papyrus. You were papyrus staff. That's what you were. And when Israel tried to lean on you, you broke. Okay? You broke. Instead of being this great monster Leviathan, its chaos monster of great power, you were nothing. So, and because Israel leaned on you, you messed them up. So that's what you're getting out of verse 7 here. And then that's the lead up to this. That's the lead up to the prophecy. Therefore, thus says the Lord, verse 8, behold, I shall bring upon you a sword, and cut off you man and beast, and the land will become a desolation and waste. They will know that I am the Lord, because you said, the Nile is mine, and I have made it. Therefore, behold, I am against you, and against your rivers. I will make the land of Egypt an utter waste and desolation, from Migdol to Cyrene, and even to the border of Ethiopia. Now, the desolation of Migdol to Cyrene. Cyrene's in Libya. So he's talking about here the north coast of Egypt. That did happen around the end of Dynasty 20, when the Plusiac branch of the river dried up. So the end of Dynasty 20, and starting into the Dynasties 21 and 22, you start seeing the lagoon and the estuary in the western Sinai start drying up, and essentially, basically, Egypt had to withdraw from its occupation of the lands in, say, that northern Egypt area where it borders the Mediterranean. Okay. Now, the border here is not Ethiopia. It's actually Cush. The term here is Cush. Cush is not Ethiopia. Let's be clear on this. Cush is just south of Thebes. Think more Aswan. Okay, so this is the area of Aswan, not the area of Ethiopia. Wish they would just stop translating this as Ethiopia. Too much to ask for, I guess. Mama, Cush is Aswan? Yeah, Cush is Aswan. Cush actually is the area that it starts around the first or second cataract, which is Aswan. So it's in Egypt proper. Cush is in Egypt proper, which is why Cush was never really considered, how do I say this, outside of Egypt. It was more of a hegemonic, it was more of a province than a hegemony. Merv Monson, it's the KJV's fault. It's always the KJV's fault. Traditional renderings, a lot of them got their start from the KJV. But yeah, you can still go to Egypt and go to Aswan, and a lot of the temples around there are boundary temples that are warning the Kushites, hey, behave yourself. That's what Abu Simbel is. Abu Simbel is on Lake Nasser, which was at that time part of Kush. And it's kind of the border between Kush and Nubia. And it's basically warning the Kushites and the Nubians, hey, behave yourself, or I will do to you what I did to the Hittites. So, AJ Higgins, where does Ethiopia come from? It comes from Latin texts. They have to have a reason to call Kush that. Yeah, it's what's called. This is what's called traditional renderings. Uh, a lot of um a lot of texts get their start translations are not so much a wait, just have to check on a bunny here for a moment. Okay, he's behaving. We had to move things around in here, so the bunny's not happy. So, a lot of how things Bibles get translated is through these what's called traditional renderings. Basically, when a Bible translator translates a text and they have to sort of fall back on the predecessor translations. The reason why is because people get really, really upset if you start changing their translations. And every Bible translator has to endure a certain amount of hate mail. So, yeah, it is poor Murney. We had to get rid of our couch. It was broke. So we did that today, and she's been sort of exiled from that area until her replacement comes in. So, yeah, this couch literally just collapsed. So it was just like 40-year-old couch. Yeah, how much more could it take, really? I mean, come on. So it was time for it to go. Could not support. Hey, nothing like that. Just old. Okay, so essentially what's happened is if you don't translate certain things certain ways, your Bible readers get very, very upset. So, okay, yeah, you take care of the bunny because she's fussing. Yeah, they just got the word that their couch collapsed. And the bunny ain't happy because she doesn't have access to that area at the moment. Yeah, she gets her replacement on Tuesday. Okay. So, but basically what's going to happen is KJV are basically rendering this from the Latin Vulgate. So they're taking the translation from the Latin Vulgate that translates Cush as Ethiopia, because that's what Latin translations typically did. So that's the reason. It's a traditional rendering. It doesn't actually have a foundation in linguistics or anything like that, or ancient geography or anything like that. It's just a way that translators of the 16th century, 17th century were translating things. And we got lots of these in biblical translations, modern biblical translations, like Mercy Seat and Red Sea. There's lots of traditional renderings in your Bibles, lots of them. So, okay, next one. Okay, next one here we got. Oops. Okay, John 7:49. What does accursed mean? Oops. John 7:49. Okay. And the text reads, "But this multitude, which does not know the law, is accursed." Apparatus is the word in the Greek. It means unfit for sacred use. That's what it means. It actually is a word that appears in some other Greek texts, like Cassius Dio. So it is something that we do find in other Greek texts, but basically it's kind of like an extreme form of profane. So not fit for sacred use. So what we got here is that, but this multitude which does not know the law is not fit for sacred use. So accursed here, when you see it translated as accursed, that's kind of an abbreviation for that. So that's what's kind of going on there. Hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, next one here. Oh, we didn't finish Ezekiel. Sorry. We only got halfway through that. Let's go back to that super chat. We only got halfway through. We got interrupted by Bunny doing bunny stuff. Okay, I am so easily distracted. Ezekiel 29. All right, we got to verse 8, I think. Yeah, I shall bring the sword upon you, cut you off, man and beast. The land will become desolate and waste. The Nile is mine, therefore I'm against you and your rivers. We got to the Cyrene to the Cush thing. Okay. A man's foot will not pass through it. A foot of a beast will not pass through it, and it will not be inhabited for 40 years. So I shall make the land of Egypt a desolation in the midst of desolate lands. And her cities in the midst of cities are laid waste, will be desolate for 40 years. Now, 40 years here is an indeterminate long period of time. That's not exactly 40 years. And I shall scatter the Egyptians among the nations and disperse them among the lands. This happened under the Assyrians. Okay, this idea of scattering the Egyptians among the nations happened during the third intermediate period during the Assyrian conquest under Esarhaddon and Ashurbanipal. Now, when the Assyrians moved in, okay, they stole everything, first of all. One of the other things that they did was Assyrians had a policy of exile. So they would break up any family unit larger than the nuclear family, and they would basically move them all over the Assyrian Empire. This is how they maintain control. So this happens, particularly verse 12, happens during the Assyrian conquest. Verse 13, for thus says the Lord, at the end of 40 years I shall gather the Egyptians from the peoples among whom they were scattered, and I shall return their fortunes of Egypt and shall make them return to the land of Pathros. Pathros is Upper Egypt. Okay, this is what we would call Upper Egypt, the region south of Memphis, but north of Aswan. Okay. To the land of their origin, and there they will be a lowly kingdom, which is what happened. I mean, after the Assyrian cracked skulls, Egypt was never the same. What?
Why they don't 40 years so much into a long period of time that isn't actually.
Camel Leopard says, that's why they don't want accurate translations. 40 years is so much easier to say than an indeterminate long period of time that isn't actually 40 years. It would just be madness. Hey, you can have madness, or you can have indirect accurate translations. Of course, some people decide to choose both, but madness is the cost of accurate translations. Okay, so get back here. Verse 15, it will be the lowest of the kingdoms. It will never lift itself again up against above the nations. And this is true. Pretty much they ceased be the Egyptians after Dynasty 30, the reign of Nectanebo, doesn't have a native ruler that sits on the throne again. And I shall make them so small that they will not rule over nations, and I will never again be it will never again be the confidence of the house of Israel, bringing to mind the iniquity of having turned to Egypt. Then they will know I am the Lord God. So here's what's going on in the pericope overall from verse 2 to verse 16, which is that Israel has come to depend upon Egypt for trade, for military support, and they put their trust in the power of Egypt. And the Lord basically said, hey, Egypt, you were just a staff of reeds. Worthless. You couldn't support anything. You're a paper tiger. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show everybody how powerless you are. You might think yourself a Leviathan, this monster of the Nile, but you're nothing. Nothing. You're just a fish on a hook. So, yeah. This is really dollars say in Egypt we would trust. That was the attitude, though. That's the attitude. So, Darkblade, but Egypt had its own monarchy from the 1840s to the 1950s, but it wasn't native Egyptians. That wasn't a native monarchy. That was an Islamic monarchy. Those were Arabs. I am the Leviathan. Okay.
That would make it for sure. I want that on my.
AJ asks, so this is an early prophecy of Ezekiel or a narrative explanation as to why Egypt came destroyed from Assyrian conquest? Or is it during the life of Ezekiel? What's the time scale? I would say it's this is going to happen. It's hard to say exactly. I think this is more of a clarification prophecy. I think it's Ezekiel lives just into the Babylonian exile. Assyrians have already been through wreaking havoc on Egypt already. So I think it's more of an explanation. It's a clarification prophecy, not a prophecy of the future. And most of the prophecies in the Old Testament are like this, where it's explaining why something happened and showing that, hey, this is to make things clear to you stupid Israelites why this is happening in the moment. I like to quote Noam Chomsky here, who was once said 99.99% of people don't know what's going on, and 99.9% of people don't know that they don't know what's going on. That's the purpose of prophecy, is to illuminate the present so you know what's going on. So I think this prophecy is essentially a way of explaining to the Israelites why their confidence was destroyed by the Assyrians. AJ goes, so Ezekiel is basically saying, you twerps. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's move on here. Next one here is going to be go. Okay. From AT Ministries, thank you again for your incredible super chats. At least the incredible amount of them. Why would Jesus not judge those who hear his words but don't keep it? John 12:47, whereas the ones who reject him do get judged. Interesting theological question. Go to John. John. All right, John 12, 47 to 48. Okay. All right. And here's the passage. If anyone hears my sayings and does not keep them, I do not judge him, for I did not come to judge the world, but to save the world. He who rejects me and does not receive my sayings has one who judges him. The word I spoke is what I will judge him at the last day. Okay. This is the difference between salvation by works and salvation by grace. Okay. When we talk here about what's the sayings of Jesus? Okay. He's saying things like, do not steal. Do not commit adultery. Do not look at your neighbor with lust. Do not hate your neighbor. He's just quoting Torah. The sayings of Jesus is just repeating Torah. Okay? This is the law. Okay? So, if you hear Christ's sayings and you do not keep them, he's not going to judge you because you can't keep them perfectly. It's impossible for a person to keep the law perfectly. Because if he was to judge you on the basis of the sayings, which is the law, he would have to condemn you. Okay? That's why he doesn't do that. However, Christ takes care of the inadequacy of you keeping his statements, his sayings, through his vicarious atonement on the cross. Christ paid for that with his blood. So, you can't keep the law? No surprise. Nobody can keep the law. So Christ made a way for you to be saved in spite of you not being able to keep the law. But if you reject Christ himself, his person, then you're rejecting the way that Christ made for you to be saved in spite of not being able to keep his sayings. So that's what's going on here. So he expects you to accept him and to receive his sayings as the bona fide truth, even though it's impossible for you to keep them. So that's why there's the difference in judgment here. Yes, you have to receive his statements, his sayings, because they're just reiterations of the law. The law condemns. The law basically, shows our sin. You have to receive the sayings, receive the law to know where you lack righteousness and your need for a savior. So that's why there's a difference between rejecting the sayings of Christ or not being able to keep the sayings of Christ. So it's not saying you reject, in verse 7, the wording specific here. If you hear my sayings and do not keep them, it's not saying you reject them, but do not keep them. Simply, like just passively, you can't keep them. I will not judge him because I did not come to judge the world. but to save it. Okay? But you reject him, you're rejecting the source of salvation, the way that God made to be saved. And then you're on your own. You reject the Savior, you are totally on your own. So that's what's going on there. Oh yeah, it's Lou Sandoval says, but does one try to sin less? Oh yeah, absolutely. You repent. But that's it. That's the thing is, you can repent, but you can never repent perfectly. Perfect sinlessness is not possible. To try to sin less, oh, absolutely, that's a doable thing. In fact, we that's part of what's called sanctification, where you sin less because you're growing spiritually over time. But no one's going to be able to keep all the sayings of Jesus. You can't do it. You know, can you always tell the truth? Can you always not lust? Can you always not hate your brother? That's a tough bill, man. And it's supposed to be a tough bill. It's a high bar. Nobody can reach it. So it's not saying you're powerless to sin less. It's saying that you can't do it perfectly. Andrew Graham, goodbye sinless perfectionism. Oh yeah. Sinless perfectionism is a complete heresy. It's a complete heresy. I knew a particular pastor who should have never been a pastor who preached sinless perfectionism, and it's just like, yeah. Mrs. Producer started to go off now on how ludicrous that was. Yeah.
It's not if your sins just automatically.
Yeah.
You will just know it's.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's sinless perfectionism is crazy talk. AJ Higgins, so I can't be entirely sanctified? Not in this life. Nope. No, you cannot be sinlessly, you cannot be perfect. You cannot be completely without sin in this lifetime by your own efforts. Yeah. It ends up, sin's perfectionism ends up being a case where people are denying that they sin, not that they don't sin. So, Kamala Park, question about sinless perfectionism then. What would you say to those who claim that Enoch and Elijah achieved this? They didn't achieve it. Neither one of those men achieved it. Here's the thing. Elijah and Enoch were taken directly into heaven. Okay? But they had not died. If they had died, they couldn't go into heaven. Death would have been would have made them inadmissible. But prophets could be taken to heaven, and we see this, for example, I think was it Isaiah or was it Ezekiel, who has to have their lips touched with coals to purify them before they are presented before the Lord in the throne room. No. Oh yeah, Satan would tend heaven several times. So you don't actually have to be sinless to be in heaven, but you have to be redeemed. So yeah, it's Ezekiel. Yeah, if you're human, it requires redemption. So Enoch and Elijah, they could go to heaven because they didn't die, not dead yet. Okay, so. But it's the whole sinless perfectionism thing is based upon a very, very poor Christian anthropology. Really poor anthropology. So, okay, let's go on to the next one here. We are at almost 11 o'clock, and we still got lots to do here. So, next one is from... All right. Okay. Followers of the Ichthys. For Fidos, thank you very much. Super chat. Can you explain the differences in 1 Corinthians 7:36 between the translations ESV versus NASB? Which is correct and why? I'm not a Greek scholar, but I'll give it my best shot. Okay. Some of these translations are very dependent upon advanced Greek knowledge. So, but we'll just give it a look, and I'll make some cursory observations, but don't take anything here as gospel. Okay. Oh, it's this one. Oh man. All right, this one.
know enough.
I know enough about this passage to know about this statement. Yeah. Oh, brother. Okay. This is the one about the virgin daughter. But if any man thinks he is acting unbecomingly towards his virgin daughter, if she should be of full age, and it must be so, let him do what he wishes. He does not sin. Let her marry. Let me pull up side by side here so I can actually see the two side by side, and then we'll look at the Greek. Okay, ESV. If I recall, and I looked at this issue about 5 years ago, and I was not impressed with the ESV at the time, and I don't remember why. Because the ESV has a very different translation here. Okay, and the ESV says, if anyone thinks he is not behaving properly towards his betrothed, if his passions are strong, it has to be, let him do as he wishes, let them marry, it is no sin. Okay. Yeah, these are very, very different translations. I would probably have to do some text critical work to give you a definitive answer to this, but let me just take a quick look at the Greek. At least one, the Westcott and Hort Greek. Yeah, there's no daughter in the Greek. I don't think so, but let me just take a look. Okay, 1 Corinthians 7 in the Greek. Okay, 7:36. Okay. If anyone acts disgraceful, okay, towards his virgin, okay, it does say Parthenon, so yeah, the Parthenon is going to be a stickler. I mean, you could possibly render that as a betrothed, but it's not necessarily going to be a virgin. Suppose, and if, but it also says past the bloom of youth.
So would it, a woman, he doesn't, so if he doesn't, this passage,
And then it says, it is not a sin to marry. Yeah, I think this is what we're getting here is Oh, aunt.
What is
He
30,
becomes.
then both?
Yeah. Um. It strikes me that there's some sort of middle translation here that neither translation is getting quite right. Um. There does seem to be an emphasis that this is an arranged marriage. This is an arranged marriage. Um. The NASB is not helping by adding daughter here. And it's not quite betrothed. It does seem that this is somebody who's been contracted to marriage, and if she should be of age, um, I don't see the if the passions are strong. Yeah, that's not in the text. The passions being strong is not in the text. Um, but it does seem that let him do what he wills. Um, it is no sin if uh to marry. Okay. So it does seem to be that if there is a marriage contract and if she is of proper age, then it's no sin for them to marry.
Daughter older, not
Spinster could be. Yeah, spinster could be a thing. Yeah. That might be a better translation. It's the betrothed is not in the text. Betrothed is not in the text. It's Parthenos. So it's definitely a virgin. Um so it could be if any man
unmarried.
has an unmarried daughter and and is not behaving by letting her marry. He doesn't sin by letting her marry. So basically seems to be more of an advice. Verse 37, but if he stands firm in his heart, being under no constraint, but has authority over his own will, has decided this in his own heart, to keep his virgin, he may do so. So then he who both gives his virgin in marriage does well, and does not, and he who does not give her in marriage will do better. So this seems to be more about, say, marriage contracts than anything else. It's a very complicated passage, and there's a lot of controversy over it, but it does seem to be more, less about the betrothed, but more about the, say, parental relationship in giving daughters into marriage. So it's confusing and difficult. And this is one of those really difficult passages, and translators are all over the board on this one. It's not the first time I've looked at this. It just is a confusing, difficult passage, unfortunately. So, and I think
take out of no, yeah, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
If you're not,
yeah, it's basically the whole idea is it's okay to be married, it's okay to be single. Either one's good. Yeah. So, um, yeah, because it wouldn't make sense if this was talking about a betrothed for the ESV. It wouldn't make sense. Verse 38 wouldn't make sense. because you would have a man marrying his bride and then giving her in marriage. That doesn't make sense. So I don't think the ESV is the better translation here, but I think there's some aspects of it we just have to kind of pay attention to, like let them marry, it's no sin. I think that's fine, but I think there's some assumptions that the ESV translators have made here. ESV is honestly not my favorite translation anyway. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Verse 39 says a wife is bound only as bound as long as her husband lives, but if her husband dies, she is free to be remarried to whom she wishes, only in the Lord. Yeah. She can become one of the church widows, or she can remarry. It's it's her decision at that point. So it seems to be that 36 is more talking about parental oversight of an unmarried daughter. That's what it seems to be more like. But what does CSB say? Let's see what the CSB says. And then we're going to move on because there's not really a way to resolve this definitively. Okay, CSB, 1 Corinthians 7:36. Okay. CSB says, but if any man thinks he is acting improperly towards his virgin, and she is past marriageable age, and so it must be, he can do what he wants, he is not sinning, they can get married. Yeah, so CSB is going to take more of an ESV approach to this. And not a huge fan of that. I think probably the NSB is closer on this to what we find in the Greek. CSV is closer to some of the nuances of the lexicography, but I think it sort of kind of misses the point here of what's going on in the text. So yeah, I would give the CSV a kind of a thumbs down on this one. All right, we're gonna move on here because this is as I said, this is a very complicated translational topic, and there's not going to be a definitive resolution to this. It's just I'm going to side more with the NASB on this one. So and those are my reasons. Essentially, it just contextually doesn't make as much sense if the man is doing it towards a betrothed versus a man towards his daughter that he's going to give away in marriage. So okay, so let's move on here. Yeah. So let's next one here is from okay, AT Mistress asks, any Greek Hebrew learning app courses you'd recommend? We used to sell one. We used to sell an app to teach Hebrew and Greek. We had one of the early language apps called Perpetua. It was awesome. Yeah, the platform was changed and we had to withdraw it from sale. Thank you, Google Apps. So yeah, I don't have any recommendations for those at the moment. I haven't kept up on the whole Greek Hebrew learning apps and courses. I know there's a lot that's come out, but it's something you have to keep up on constantly if you're going to be doing recommendations of that or even developing apps yourself. So, and I just don't do that anymore. It's just not a great use of my time. So, Darkblade, you lost me at sell. My language learning budget is and has always been $0. Well, you know what? It has for a lot of people. But we used to sell this thing for about $5. $5 is what we sold it for. Um, but it would teach you how to read Greek, Hebrew, Egyptian. We even had some Akkadian in it. German. Yeah, German. We had German in it too. So yeah, it was a flashcard program that had a algorithm in it that kept things fresh. So okay, so no, I don't have any recommendations for you, AT, on this. It's just not an area of my interest anymore. Okay, BC for $2 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. How long between Joseph's sale and his viziership? Oh, a while. Not sure exactly. But it was a long time. It was a long time. They forgot about him.
Stuck.
Yeah. Yeah, he was stuck in there for a while, and I'm not exactly sure how long. I can figure it out though. Let's see here. I think he became Vizier at 30. Find this quickly. Yeah, that sounds right, Darkblade. You know, sold at 17, became Vizier at 30, so about 13 years. That sounds right. It wouldn't be exactly, it would be that'd be reasonable. That sounds about right. I don't know exactly when he was sold into slavery though, but I do recall he was 30 when he became Vizier. So mm. Yeah, there he's Genesis 37:2. He was 17 uh when he was sold into slavery. So 17, and then he becomes Vizier 13. So yeah, 13 years. So okay, so let's go on to the next one here. So thank you, BC, for that question. But that's it. So according to Genesis 37:2, he is sold in slavery at age 17 and 30. I believe 30 is Genesis 41:46. And Joseph was 30 when he stood out before Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And so that's when he becomes vizier. So 13 years. Okay, next one here. Is thoughts on the non-denominational claim that Christianity isn't a religion, but a relationship. That's a black or white fallacy. That's a black or white fallacy. Why is it only two options here? Why can't it be both? Why can't Christianity be a religion and relationship? You see, this is something that you see a lot. A lot of non-denominational churches kind of say, "Oh, Christianity isn't a religion, but a relationship." Because religion is something where you reach up to God, but God reaches down to you. Yeah, there's a whole polemic behind that, and I think that polemic is nonsense. But Christianity is a religion. It's also a relationship. Both. And, there's no reason for it to not be both. At least not a good reason. So, yeah. That's what I think about that. I think that's that and it's terrible apologetics too. Terrible apologetics, and I think it's just one of those things that it's so goofy to an Tyler Lott. A lot of people see religion as a bad thing. Yeah, sure they do. But, doesn't mean it is. So, yeah, the whole trying to disavow yourself from religion. Yeah, I think it places in order to focus on the negatives, but religion's complicated. It's really complex. There's a lot to it. And, there's a whole side of religion that few people even barely touch, which is the mystical aspects of religion. So, are those inherently negative? I don't think so. Yeah.
To their,
Yeah.
they were academic pushing diversity religion as belief,
Yeah.
which rules out Buddhism.
Yeah.
Yeah, with all these other religions that claim to be
Yeah.
religion.
Scott Worthen says Buddhists take umbrage with those that claim Buddhism is a philosophy, way of life, rather than a religion. Yeah, Dalai Lama gets irritated with such assertions, and he should. You can state that Buddhism is a philosophy, but it's not just a philosophy; it's also a religion. So I think that's sort of really, yeah, their philosophies, worldviews, relationships.
They involve all.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I don't see a lot of good grounding for that idea that I mean, not only is it a poor thinking, it's just it doesn't even make sense.
It's really weird.
Yeah. Camilla Part. Don't all religions have a philosophy? Yeah, they do. Be a pretty weird religion if it didn't have one. So, it's a black and white fallacy is what this is. All right, next one. In here is from Adrian Rodriguez, who asks, who says, "I do not have a question. I would just appreciate if everyone could pray for me. I'm a bit discouraged right now. God bless you all. I love you, Dr. Falk." Well, thank you very much. We'll be praying for you. We hope whatever you're going through right now will get resolved and have a beneficial outcome. So, God bless you, and we will be praying for you. Next one here is Luis Sandoval for 100 Dominican pesos. Thank you very much for the super chat. Was Satan the same as Baal in the Old Testament? No, Satan is not the same as Baal. Baal is the Canaanite storm deity. He's the Canaanite storm deity. And Satan is a fallen cherubim. Okay? Satan is a spirit critter. Baal is a false god. Now, there are some people who try to claim that all false gods are spirit critters, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. I can name you some really weird deities from Egyptian religion that are there's just so many of them that I don't think that you can one-to-one equate them to a spirit critter per se. I think that's a bit of woolly thinking there. But so I don't think Satan was the same as Baal. But did Satan inspire Baal? Sure, why not? Camel Leopard Min. We will not discuss Min on this channel. Min is not a god we are going to discuss. Okay. Wooed. Wooed. Mm-hmm. Let's not touch that one. Because we kind of moved on here already. Lewis asks, what is a spirit critter? Okay. It's what we use on this channel to talk about spiritual beings. Like angels, like demons, like because here's the thing, if you talk about spirits, things can get pretty vague. Because a spirit can be a wind, it can be a zeitgeist, it can be a alcoholic beverage. So if you just talk about spirits, things can get really, really vague. So what we do on this channel is we talk about spirit critters to basically to show people what we're talking about here is things that have real spiritual essence. They have will and being and desire and wishes and agency and morality. Okay? So Googling spirit critters problematic. Maybe. But spirit critter is the best way to describe these things. We're not talking about something that is just a false god, as in a god is nothing at all, doesn't exist. That's the problem with some using some of the things like false gods even, is, yeah, they can be false in two ways, many ways. But when you're talking about spirit critter, you're talking about a spiritual essence, a being that has its own corporeality, its own substance, even if it's not physical, its own will, agency, and it can do things. Lewis asks, but aren't false gods on the ancient Israelite neighbors spirit beings? Not necessarily. This is one of the problems I have with, say, one of Heiser's views. Well, Heiser had this idea that all false gods of the ancient world had demonic essence behind them. And that's just, I think that's kind of a dubious claim. All false gods are demonically inspired, okay? But that's not saying that they're actual spirit critters. Those are two separate claims. I mean, I can perfectly go for the idea that the false gods of the ancient world were demonically inspired. Cool. Yeah, sure. Anything that leads you away from God, demonically inspired. Half the U.S. tax code is demonically inspired. I do not think there's a spirit critter for the U.S. tax code. Okay? Spirit Airlines. Yeah, well, I don't think there's a Spirit Critter for the. Okay, so based. Okay, so just like I don't think there's a spirit being for the U.S. tax code, I don't think every god of the ancient world was its own spirit critter. Okay, so um, it's just it doesn't follow. It doesn't follow that just because it's demonically inspired that it also is its own spirit critter. It just doesn't follow. So so yeah. So when we talk about say spirit critters, what we're talking about then is a thing that has its own corporeality, its own essence, its own will, and it can hunt. These things hunt people. So Satan is not the same as Baal, not even close. There's nothing in the Old Testament that directly links Baal with Satan, other than it pulls people off the path of righteousness. So you can easily say that Baal was satanically inspired or demonically inspired, but you can't say they're one and the same. So that's not a claim that's not a biblical claim, and the Bible never makes that claim. So too many Marys. You sure about the tax code? Well, I might have to eat those words. Maybe there is a demon of the 1099C. Boy, wouldn't that make for some very interesting spiritual battles.
Accountants want to write a book. There you go.
That's what you call syncretism, you know? Taxes are evil. 401c3. The demon of Wall Street. Oh, man. We've got new channel lore. Oh, great. Wonderful. New channel lore. The demons of the tax code. Fantastic. Okay. Oh, boy. Next one. All right. Next one here is from Leviticus 25:42. Israelites can't become slaves because there's God's slaves. I think you mean Levites here, but let's go take a look at here. Okay, Leviticus 25:42. Okay. Take a quick span. All right. Yeah, the subjects here seems to be Levites. All right, so the whole passage is talking about Levites. And then we get down to verse 42 here. Although this could all right, verse 33, therefore belongs to the Levites can be redeemed, and a house sale in the city of his possession reverts in Jubilee, for the houses of the city of the Levites are their possession among the sons of Israel. But pasture fields of their city shall not be sold, for that is a perpetual possession. Now, in the case of a countryman of yours becomes poor, and his means with regard to your falter, then you are to sustain him like a stranger or a sojourner, that he may live with you. Verse 36. Do not take usurious interest from him, but revere your God, that your countrymen may live with you. You shall not give him your silver at interest, nor your food for gain. I am the Lord your God that brought you out of the land of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan and to be your God. Verse 39. And if a countryman of yours becomes so poor with regard that he sells himself to you, you shall not subject him to a slave's service. He shall be with you as a hired man, as if he were a sojourner. He shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. He shall then go out from you, he and his sons with him. He shall go back to his family, and that he may return to the property of his forefathers. Okay, so this is probably not necessarily strictly about Levites then. For they are my servants whom I brought out from the land of Egypt. They are not to be sold in a slave sale. Okay, so here's the thing. What's going on here is that this is what's called indentured servanthood. Okay, guy runs up his debts. He can't pay them off, so he's sold into slavery for a time, indentured servanthood, so that he can repay those debts. So you pay a price for him. He comes, works on your farm. He gives you the benefit of his labors, and that's settling his debt. His debt's settled at that point. One of the things about this indentured servanthood in Israel, as opposed to, say, slavery, one of the key differences is you can't resell an indentured servant. So, by that definition, yes, they are indentured servants. They can't go anywhere. They can't work anywhere else. They're paying off their debt. But they also can't be sold. You can't sell them. You can't put them on the slave market. So,
They're not actually your.
Yeah, they're not actually your property.
They're working.
Yeah. So Leviticus 25:42 here is making a property assertion. So God is basically saying, you can't sell an Israelite as a slave because he's mine. I own him. I'm lending him to you for him to pay off his debts. But the actual ownership of the Israelite belongs to God. Yeah.
That's another form.
Harry Stark says indentured servanthood still happens, I think. It's called public service. It's usually called community service, but yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's still... It's usually a legal remedy. A legal remedy. Not usually for debts, unless you, like, fail to make a fine or bail. Sometimes that can happen. In some states like Georgia, if you fail to pay your $100 court fee, they can sometimes haul you back in and give you like 3 to 6 months of hard labor to pay off your $100 court fee. So their community service is a kind of indentured servanthood as a legal remedy. So it does still happen, and yeah, it's a thing. Yeah. All right, next one here is from the Camilla Part for $2, sponsoring Harry Stark's Christian Jews question. Oh, I see it. Okay. What happened exactly to Christian Jews after the 1st century AD? In which old Christian groups are the descendants now? Okay. What happened after the 1st century AD is essentially the number of Gentiles who became Christian vastly outpaced the numbers of Jews. That's what happened. Essentially, they were outnumbered. You're still seeing Jews, Christian Jews, among the early church fathers up until the 3rd century. But after the 3rd century, you just start seeing the Christian church becomes essentially a Gentile church. Okay. But in the first 3 centuries, you do see a fair number of Christian Jews, diaspora Jews, that become Christian. Um, but you do see some legacy groups that sort of persist on as kind of their own small sects of Christian Jews, but they eventually will merge into the global church as it was. So that's what happens to them. They essentially merge into it. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And thank you for that sponsored question. Next one here is from AT Mysteries. Deuteronomy 23:17. Does it mean it was fine for others? Okay, okay, let's talk about this. There's actually a methodological issue here. Deuteronomy 23:17. Okay. I want you to pay very close attention to the wording here. Verse 17. None of the daughters of Israel shall be a cult prostitute. Okay, so that excludes the daughters. Nor shall any of the sons of Israel be a cult prostitute. Okay. Still then the question here is it fine for others? This is one of those things, this is one of those ways that you sometimes see Hebrew texts basically exclude everybody by excluding the most important examples. Okay? So it's one of those things where the logic here is you've excluded the daughters, you've excluded the sons. Okay, these are your most important representative members of your society. Are you allowed to set up a cult? No. You're not allowed to set up a cult. You're not allowed to set up a cult. You're not allowed to have a... I mean, Israel was a theocracy. It's a theocracy. You're not allowed to set up a cult. You're not allowed to make your daughter a cult prostitute. And you're not allowed to make your son a cult prostitute. This would eliminate all cult prostitutes, period. Because you can't have a cult. This is I see this logic often come from guys like Dan McClellan. Dan McClellan will use this logic. Oh, it doesn't specify foreigners from having cult prostitutes, so they're allowed, they're permitted. They come apart. What? Come on, what can I do now? Yeah, Tim Yara, you and are not allowed to commit adultery. Yeah. Andrew Graham, no cults allowed. Exactly. So, this is one of those things, double Star Trek face palm. So, I mean, the pattern of this argument, I see like guys like McClellan do all the time. Like when he talks about Leviticus, and say he'll often say, well, Leviticus bans male on male action, but it doesn't ban female on female action, so it's allowed. No, that's not what it means. It means the most important example is disallowed, thus all the other stuff is disallowed too. It's such terrible logic. It's such terrible logic. But he uses it all the time. Like crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. Because it isn't disallowed.
Yeah. I mean, just because something is not specifically disallowed does not mean it's allowed.
There's not absent or talk about absent.
Yeah. Now there are some societies in history that are called permissive societies. If it's not illegal, it's legal. But then There's other societies that are not, that are restricted societies. So the restricted society says it has to be, you have to be told it's allowed before it's allowed.
It has to be legal.
It has to be in the legal code for it to be allowed.
Otherwise,
Yeah, otherwise take it, if it's not in the legal code, take it as a no, especially when all the other legal codes restrict it. Is your daughter's allowed to be a cult prostitute? No. Is your son's allowed to be a cult prostitute? No. Are you allowed to have a non-Yahweh cult? No. That would be the end of it. At least it should be the end of it. Mama, smooth brain stuff right there. Yep. Okay. Kimmel apart. You really harshen my mellow tonight. Oh boy. Kimmel apart. Can't make my kids prostitutes. Can't start a cult. Ugh. I know, the Bible's so narrow-minded. What were they thinking? What were they thinking in stopping child exploitation? Those crazy, savage, patriarchal Old Testament writers, so narrow-minded. Grandpa, can your mule be a cult prostitute? Yeah, if you can find a cult that'll take it, sure. On to the next one. Okie dokie. Louis Sandoval here for 100 Dominican pesos. Are dragons, Bigfoots, and fairies real or symbolic? Oh, that's a bifurcation fallacy. Really, it is. It's what's called black and white fallacy, or white fallacy. Here's what's going on with a bifurcation fallacy. Is where you present just two options to something, and not considering that there may be a third option. There's other options other than just real and symbolic. You can have metaphor. You can have all sorts of other kinds of mistaken identities. You know, there's that too. So, you know, there's some, like, for example, if we take, like, Bigfoot, forget Bigfoot. Bigfoot is just off the map here. But take the case of dragons. We do find intrusive fossils at some temple excavations. That is a thing where you find these dinosaur bones where they shouldn't belong, like in Greek temples. Okay? So, is it possible that the Greeks thought that maybe, like, these were the bones of the Hydra? Possible. You know, they do seem to have some sort of, like, you look at early Renaissance paintings of dragons, very, they sit pretty well with many of the modern reconstructions of, say, theropod feet. Very, very close to theropod feet. Mama, don't you say you don't believe in fairies, Doc. One of them will die. I hear if you spin blue fairies fast enough, they puke. So yeah, this is a bifurcation fallacy. There's other alternatives here other than just real or symbolic. Um, as far as Bigfoot, I don't think Bigfoot is anything. Dragons um I have some marginal cases. Case of fairies. People used to see fairies before they saw UFOs.
Also,
Oh, Lewis, I did explain. I did explain the alternatives. You got. You can have real. You can have misidentified. You can have metaphor. You can have symbol too. That's four possibilities right there. And there are. There could be more. You're not necessarily limited to four. So there's myth. There's a fifth. Myth is its own category. um, Camel Leopard, are you saying UFOs are just big fairies? I'm saying that I'm saying that before people started seeing UFOs, before the atom bomb. Okay, before the atom bomb, people used to see fairies frequently. That was the major sighting. Someone's out in the woods somewhere and they see something they can't explain. It's fairies. Of course, it's fairies. You got a fairy ring. Oh, you got this ring of toadstools that's just sort of stretching out and growing. Why else would that exist?
you
Ball lightning, yeah. Ball lightning. Yeah. So, some people see ball lightning and think that could be fairies.
but it also depends on
Yeah.
right.
Oh, no.
A
No.
lot of
Oh, yeah,
were
yeah.
like 7 tall.
Yeah, a lot of fairies in literature were cannibalistic. They ate humans. That's why they would get you lost, is so they could dine on your dead corpse.
What you're saying, nukes, they could absolutely.
Camelopard. So what you're saying is nukes mutated fairies? Mutant fairies? Oh, absolutely. That is absolutely what we're saying. Absolutely, that's what we're saying. Um, it just happened that after the dropping of the nuclear bombs, the atomic bombs over Japan, yeah, people started seeing UFOs because what happened right after the dropping of the bombs is the nuclear arms race between Soviets and the Americans, and that you started getting black ops project, high altitude surveillance. Yeah, people started seeing after that.
Does that mean Godzilla?
Part, does that mean Godzilla was originally a fairy? Sure, why not?
Good.
Could be. Could be.
Oh,
Fairy plus Fallout. Aliens. Oh no. Oh no, that's frightening. Chow Yi. Maybe nukes open a portal for whole new species of fairies to cross over. Ooh. Okay, let's move on here. Cow Leopard. I need this to be a movie now. Okay, let's move on here. Next one here is from how did the Ramesside family take Moses' fleeing? They took it like a fugitive leaving the country. We don't have any records from the Ramazide family, but it would be like somebody like the black sheep of the family, essentially. So, you know, that kid that got adopted by your uncle, okay, turns bad, does drugs, and sort of pursues a life of crime. That's probably how they would have viewed it. Okay, so moving on. Next one here. Louis Sandoval for 100 Dominican pesos. What could the fruit Adam and Eve ate, or was it symbolic? Again, that's a black and white fallacy. It's not the only option. There could have been real fruit. There might not have been. It might have been a symbol, might be a metaphor. It's definitely part of the ritual aspects of sacred and profane space. So it has a ritual meaning apart from any literal meaning it might have had. If it has a literal meaning, a element of literal and an element of symbol or metaphor, now you're talking about myth. So again, you can't think of these things in black or white terms. It just doesn't work, because these things are complex and layered. So yeah, I think there was a literal fruit of some kind. But there's also probably some symbolic measure to it, some metaphor, and some mytho-history. So I don't think it's just one thing. And there's definitely a element of temple ritual underneath it all. So, okay, next one. Yes. Where did Ramses I live while vizier? He lived at the palace of Horemheb at Avaris. That's where he lived. There was a palace that was built by Horemheb at Avaris, and Ramses I would have lived there. That would have been his primary residence. That's where he would have ruled as vizier of Lower Egypt, and it's where his whole family was. So, at that point in time, Egypt had two viziers. Ramses I was the vizier of Lower Egypt. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AJ Hayden's composer for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Is the Mount Ebal altar in being Joshua the only reason secular historians attempt to negate its validity? That being, if it was not mentioned in Joshua, would they have had no problem with it? Probably. A couple things though didn't help. Adam Zertel, who is the lead excavator, he went right to the press with this. That rubbed a lot of archaeologists the wrong way, even ones that may have been predisposed to supporting his claims. Now, I think his claims were correct. There were, what's his name now? Ralph Hawkins did the field reports. He's been doing all the field reports, all the major publications for Mount Ebal, and he's yeah, I don't think there's any doubt that Zertel was right about the site, but it does present a problematic evidence for a secular historian who wants to say that there was no altar on Mount Ebal dating to the late 13th, early 12th centuries. So a lot of secular, particularly of the there's no late Bronze Age Jericho camp, were basically arguing against the whole Mount Ebal thing. And I don't think there's anything problematic with the altar. I mean, I've heard some crazy stuff about, well, Mount Ebal, that really wasn't a ritual site. It was just a watchtower. with animal bone ashes in the basement. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, dude. Yeah, so I'm not buying it. I'm not buying what the secular historians have said here. But that's why I think they really hated it, is because it does seem to confirm a late Bronze Age, early Iron Age 1 um, um, ritual site at the place where it's said to be in the book of Joshua. So, all right. That was the kitchen, duh. Yeah, it should be a big bonfire in the downstairs floor. Some good barbecuing going on there. Okay, next up. Okay, from 18 Ministries here. Was Osiris involved? Studio, please. When Isis and her sister, Nephthys, had fun with him? Or did they just use the corpse? Ooh. They just used the corpse. That's what they did. Okay? We'll leave it at that. He was not back in his... Osiris was not back in his Sona body when they had fun with him. Okay? If you need more details, watch Weekend at Bernie's. Okay? That's all we'll say. But thank you very much for the super chat. Louis Sandoval for 100 Dominican pesos. Did old pagans view their myths as real events? Some did, some didn't. Depends. It depends a lot on the which pagan culture you're talking about. There was surprising amount of skepticism among pagans. You do see, for example, Greek philosophers basically denying the reality, denying the their myths as real events. So it does depend upon which group you're talking about here. But, you know, there is some skepticism. There is some skepticism among some pagans. Canaan, Moab, and Edom. We don't have enough writings from Canaan, Edom, or Moab to actually determine what they really thought about their own myths. We have a fair bit from the Greeks. We have some from the Mesopotamians. There does seem to be a little bit of skepticism among Mesopotamians too about their myths. So, and even amongst, say, Egyptian circles, there's some skepticism as well. Like, for example, Akhenaten's the big case of an Egyptian who was really skeptical about ancient Egyptian myths. Like, he does a scrawl in a temple basically saying that all the gods are false. All their origin stories are fake. So there is skepticism in the ancient world. It does happen. But in the societies where we have lesser texts, we can't be as sure. You do need a certain volume of texts, because those skeptical views tend to be a minority view. So they don't tend to survive the archaeological record nearly as well as they do in, say, places where you got a lot of records. The more text you have, the more likely you're going to see it. But it's not common. It's not common, and it doesn't happen very often. Okay, next one here. We only have one text from Moabite, the Meshastila. So, okay, next one here. It's too far here. Who is Namar or Narmer? Narmer is a king of probably the last king of Dynasty 0, or what's sometimes called the Nagata 3 period. He used to be thought to be the first king of Egypt. We now pretty much think that was the predecessor of the first king of Egypt, which was Hor-Aha. Okay, so he's no longer considered to be the first king of Egypt. He's considered to be the last king of Dynasty 0. So we don't have too much information from Narmer. The most we have from his, we got two sources for Narmer. We've got the Narmer palette, which is in the Egyptian Museum, and which you actually saw when you were there. And there's also some his tomb at El Kab has been excavated, and at least what we think is his tomb. We do see some therex of his name there. Okay, so but there's some question about exactly who he is. So we're not exactly, we don't have good biographical data of Narmer, but he does seem to have been a real person. He did exist. We have documentary evidence of him, and he appears to be one of the last kings of Dynasty 0. Okay, hope that helps. Okay, thoughts on the reports that apostasy and unchurching in America has stagnated? Well, that'd be good news. It's gotten pretty bad, but yeah, I wouldn't say that's great, but hey, better that it slows down than it accelerates. But like it to reverse altogether. Have not seen that happen yet. Okay, next one here. It's from AJ Higgins for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Does ABR simply ignore the Tutmosis III and Ramses II scarabs at Mount Ebal? That would seem to be smoking gun for a Ramesside exodus to me. Well, they cherry pick the evidence, is what they do. Here's the thing. The Tutmosis III scarab, and there's another scarab. The second scarab is one that does not have the name Ramses II, but has a style from the 19th dynasty that was indicative of Ramses II. Now, the Tutmosis III scarab also has a style that's indicative of the time period of Ramses II. And the way you would normally date scarabs, you don't date it by just the name alone, because there were these things called commemorative scarabs. Great kings, you'd carry the scarabs of great kings with you into battle to give you good luck if you were a soldier. So people did carry around commemorative scarabs. So what happens in the case of ABR is they want to ignore all those style considerations. Just go to Tutmosis III. You see Tutmosis III? Well, then it has to be Amenhotep II, right? So it's cherry picking the data. That's what it is. And ABR is infamous for doing that sort of thing. You know, pick the data you like, ignore the rest. So, yeah, that's really what's going on. So, okay, next one here is going to be from Camille Part. I'd like to imagine scarabs like business cards. Yeah, but it's only business cards for kings. Only kings carried, had their names put on scarabs. You don't outside of Egypt. People use them as like seals, like ring seals. You don't see that so much inside of Egypt itself, because of the king's name was a magical incantation of his own. So they kept the king's name on seals for those properties. But outside of Egypt, they would sell blank scarabs. The Egyptians would export blank scarabs. Then when they got them in like Canaan, they would just put their own personal name on them. Oh yeah, ones they
Guardian.
yeah, the ones they sell to tourists today are pretty bad. They're pretty ugly. In fact, I still got some here. And I got a couple here on my desk here. I haven't actually done what I need to do with them yet, but um, yeah, they're pretty ugly stuff. The Phaon scarabs. Okay. All right. Next one here from AT Ministries. Thoughts on the Seventh Ecumenical Council saying icons date back to the apostles. The Seventh Ecumenical Council, that's the Nicaea II, dates to the 8th century. They get a lot of stuff wrong. Okay. And this is a perennial problem. The Seventh Ecumenical Council is a perennial problem, particularly for those in the Orthodox camp. The claim that the icons date back to the apostles is just garbage. It's not true. Icons date back to the 5th century, and that's it. Every church and art historian knows this. So it's the other thing the Seventh Ecumenical Council said is that the Julian calendar is the most accurate calendar possible for determining basically the dates of festivals. Yeah, no. No. That's a hard no. Darkblade. It also says you're anathema if you think icon veneration was a later human development. Yeah, it does. But I mean, I understand how they came to that conclusion, even though it's a terrible conclusion. But here's the thing. The reason why they thought it was anathema was because they couldn't separate icon veneration from incarnation. So they thought if you were denying icon veneration, the metaphysics of icon veneration, you are also denying the incarnation of Christ. Because icons are just another kind of incarnation. So if you deny that it's possible for the spirit of a person, of a saint, to be grafted on his icon image, you're also denying incarnation. It's a category error. It's a category error. Okay? It's totally a category error. But it was a category error that the Seventh Ecumenical Council believed so much that they say that you a false, what they would call a false theology of icons would lead to anathema. And I think that's wrong. I honestly think that's messed up and wrong. So, I think the of all the councils, all the ecumenical councils, the Seventh Ecumenical one is the most problematic, and it's the last one too. It's the last ecumenical council. So, yeah, I've got some issues with the Seventh Ecumenical Council. Okay, next one here is from we got still a bunch in a queue. We're gonna speed it up a bit here. Luis Sandoval for 100 Dominican pesos. WYV on Rennie Guinness. I have no idea what you're talking about here. What is your view on Rennie Guignon's symbolism on modernity? I have no idea who that is. I can't comment on it. I have no idea who you're talking about here. So, I've never heard of this guy. So, unfortunately, I can't comment on a view I don't have any idea what it is. So, sorry about that. Francis Dobbs for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. We've already answered this question on the Anglican Communion, so we'll move on. BC for $2 Australia. Did anyone get raptured last week? Well, I think I flew into a car. Apart from that, my rapture was stopped by a bus. I swear I was just like floating away, and all of a sudden, bam! The bus came. That was the end of my rapture. Mrs. Producer missed it because it wasn't on her schedule. Well, no, I got preempted. Okay, next one here. Scroll way down, way fast here. Okay, Scott Worthen for $10. Thank you for the super chat. What does it mean that one is welcome in the house of Jacob? The context of that being the children of a Jewish man approached me and emphatically said so to me. Connotations of this surreal experience. It sounds like something that the Black Israelites would say. It sounds weird. Yeah, I've never, unless they're calling you to convert. That could be. There are some evangelical Jews, believe it or not, who try to find Jewish converts. So, yeah. That's my only thought, is that this is an attempt of conversion of some kind. But it doesn't have any specific biblical reference. Scott Worthen says these are East Asian children. Mother was a convert, father is Ashkenazi. Okay, yeah. So what you're talking about here is an attempt to convert you to Judaism. So yeah, that's what this is. So I wouldn't think of it being anything more complicated than that. House of Jacob? Oh yeah, because the House of Jacob is the House of Israel. That's what they're trying to do, is convert you to the House of Israel. So yeah, that sounds to be like what's going on there. Okay, but that's only a guess. I haven't heard that used per se, but as I said, it's something you'd hear some like Black Israelites would say something like that. But you could possibly get, say, evangelical Jews. Yes, they do exist. Could say that too. I'm going to take just a couple minute break here, and I'll be right back. My caffeine. Oh. Next one here. Okay, take that one down. Okay, we did the Command Council. AT Ministry asks, when you say you should grow bell peppers together, do they need to be the same color? They should be the same type. So bell pepper probably doesn't matter as much because bell peppers are very closely related. By the way, I did get my hands on some brown bell pepper seeds. Ooh, ooh. But yeah, they should be the same type or close to the same type. So, if they're really, say, similar cultivars of, say, jalapenos, you could probably get away with it. But if you start mixing and matching peppers, yeah, that's going to be a problem. So, but bell peppers probably should be fine. Okay, so that's it. Next one here. Next super chat here is from the Camelopard. That's 947, yeah. Sponsoring Matthew 27:53, 2 to 53 question. What is that? Okay, Louis Sandoval asks, what is the opinion of these bizarre passages? Matthew 27:52 to 53. Matthew 27. 52 to 53. Okay. Okay, this is the one. This is the one that and the tombs were opened, and the bodies of the saints who had fallen asleep were raised. And coming out of the tombs after his resurrection, they entered the holy city and appeared to many. Okay. And it's coupled with, and I should go back to verse 51. And behold, the temple of the veil was torn in two from top to bottom, and the earth shook, and the rocks were split, and the tombs were opened. And many of the bodies of the saints who had fallen asleep were raised. Keep in mind, these are bodies, not skeletons. Yeah, they are probably resurrected bodies. Now, if you talk to a guy like Mike Licona is just going to say this is myth. This is myth to support Christ's messianic ambitions. I think Lycona's whacked. I do not agree with Lycona here one bit. It's clearly the whole incident here is clearly to show Christ's power over death. Now, do I think these are skeletons? No. Because the way that, one of the ways that Jewish interment worked was you basically wrap a body into, with linen, and you throw it into a tomb where the limestone in the tomb would eat away the flesh until all you got was bones. Relatives go back in, collect the bones, put them in a bone box called an ossuary. This is the standard practice of Jewish interment. Now, once you're in a bone box, your bones are scrambled. Okay. Okay. So this is probably not skeletons getting out of their ossuaries and walking around. What it is probably is those who have been recently deceased. So, not in an advanced state of decomposition, but those who have just, recently passed, who are reanimated and resurrected to show the power of the resurrection. Because here's the thing. It would be really, really strange and really, really frightening, to see a dead person walk anyway. And I know this because somebody mistook me once for a dead body who had come back from the dead. She screamed very loud. Yeah, but if someone had been dead for months and start walking up to, hey, what'd you do with all my clothes? This would create problems. Okay? This would create a lot of problems. So it was probably a resurrection where basically recently deceased, where the families had not sorted out the affairs of the dead yet. So, but it is the whole point of this is in verse 53. And coming out of the tombs after his resurrection, they entered the holy city and appeared to many. Jack Ray goes, but Dr. Falk, you don't look that bad. Oh, how kind of you. So, yeah. So, this is one of those things where it's supposed to be the whole point of this passage is as sort of proof that Christ conquers death. For this to be just propaganda that says, "Oh no, Christ didn't conquer death. It's just a myth to bolster his claim of messianic street cred." BS. What complete claptrap. I don't know why evangelicals embrace Mike Lacona. I really don't. He's just too in love with critical scholarship to be a credible, say, evangelical scholar. I don't get it. So, okay, well, yeah, still got a long ways to go here, so we're going to move on here. Moving on. Next one. Okay, from AT Ministries. I'm no expert, but I feel like the hypothesis that languages get simpler further back we go is false. It is false. Languages get simpler. It's the other way around. Languages get simpler the old, basically, the further they advance. They seem to get more complex further back. Yeah, that's correct. And simpler now because of the mixing of languages and people. Languages get streamlined by common use. So languages simplify over time, and this is generally how things work. We saw this in Greek, we see it in Hebrew, we see it in Egyptian. Yeah, that's just the general trend of languages. AT Ministries. When did women start serving in the tabernacle? They never really did. They could serve outside the tabernacle. There was lots of stuff that they could do outside the tabernacle. But they couldn't serve inside the tabernacle because you had to be consecrated for that. And you couldn't be consecrated for that if you were a woman. So that's just not a thing. So, hope that helps. Thank you for that super chat. Next one. Where are we at? Okay, from BC for $5 Australian. Are the origins of Halloween pagan? No, they're not. It was an established church festival in the 8th century. They are not pagan. It's a religious festival called All Hallows Eve, or All Saints Day. Okay, Halloween is the eve before All Saints Day, which is November 1st, where we commemorate those who passed in the love of Jesus Christ. Okay, so it's our time to reflect on the dead. It's our time to reflect on salvation and life everlasting. Halloween is not pagan. Don't give it to the pagans. Let them get their own holidays. The pagans don't work hard enough to get their own holidays anyway. Okay, next one here. Member question from Mama. Spend all day helping level up four D&D players, all different classes, in our home campaign. Ooh, nice. My brain hurts. Any hints for your D&D plans in November for those of us with characters create? Still planning that. By the way, if you want to, we still have a few slots open for our D&D game on, I believe it's November 22nd. I can just double check that date, but this is our annual D&D game. We haven't talked about it much because I've been so busy. So November 21st. November 21st. And it'll be played at the Evangelical Theological Society annual meeting. We do this every year. And so if you want to join that D&D game, you got to sign up for it on our Discord server in the D&D channel. So if you want to play D&D with us this year, that's when you do it. You got to sign up for it. You have to let us know, and you have to get us your character sheet, I think, within 2 weeks of the date of the game itself. So there are details on the Discord server. And if you don't know how to connect to the Discord server, there's an invite in the description. Yeah, there's a whole page and rule books and all that for the D&D. Okay, Tim Miara. For 5 British pounds, thank you for the super chat. Why is Job suddenly talking about a redeemer in Job 19:25-27? How would the original audience interpret this passage? A mediator, God himself. Well, that's some question as to how he would have interpreted that. Let's look at that passage though. Job 19:25. Okay. As for me, I know my Redeemer lives. This is a kinsman redeemer. Okay. This is not quite the same as a Mashiach or a Messiah or an anointed one. A kinsman redeemer is something slightly different. It's someone who shares blood with you that will take the penalty for your crime. So this is a kinsman redeemer. A kinsman redeemer can also redeem your land. Let's say you fall into debt. And you fall into debt and you're about to be sold into slavery. A kinsman redeemer can come along and pay your debt and get you out of hock. Okay? So Job here is talking about a kinsman redeemer. And then goes on. And at the last, he will take a stand on the earth. Even after my skin is destroyed, yet from my flesh I shall see God, whom I myself shall behold, and whom my eyes shall see, and not another. My heart faints within me. So, we don't know who the original audience of the Book of Job was. That's somewhat of a mystery. The book dates to the Iron Age, possibly Iron Age 1 or 2, and late 1, early 2. And it does seem to have been written within an Aramean context. So it seems to have been a book that was written outside of Israel proper and then brought into Israel and then modified or at least translated for a Israelite audience. So that's really what's going on there. So that's what's going on. He's got his own idea of what this Redeemer is, and that there's going to be life after death, essentially. So there's when I hear some people say Israelites, people of the ancient Near East, they had no concept of life after death. Nonsense. Here's a perfect example of Job believing that he's going to live again, even after he's dead and decayed. He's dead and decayed. Yet from his flesh you will see God. It's the idea of resurrection and newness of life. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, Timiara for two British pounds. Thank you for the super chat. I have 1 hour to teach Job to youth. What do I cover? All right, here's what you cover for Job. This is exactly what you cover for Job. It's a book for rich people. It's a book for people when everything is going well. It's a book that is basically, hey, life's going great. Consider. Think about it. Think about what could happen. You could lose it all in a moment. You'll never be told why. You're not owed an explanation why. But God is still God, and you're still the creature. You're still just a man. So, that's how you teach Job to anybody. Yeah, things are going great. You got the best grades of your life. If you're talking to youth, you got that scholarship into that Ivy League college, or I guess Cambridge in your case. Things are going swell, swimmingly. You got a great girlfriend. You're going to get married in a couple years. You're looking, everything's looking peachy and rosy. And it could all be taken away in an instant. And God doesn't owe you an explanation as to why. God does not owe you stuff. But understand, anything, a blessing can be taken away for God's greater purpose. So, that's how I would teach Job. It's rich man consider. And frankly, everyone who's living in the Western world today is rich on these standards. So, even someone on welfare in the Western world is richer than the richest person in the ancient world. So, yeah, this is a first world book. It's a book that's aimed at the first world. Not a book aimed at the third world. It's a book aimed at the first world and wealth. And how it can all disappear in a moment. So, consider your creator. Because that's the only anchor you have in all of this. So, that's what you should cover. Now, here's what you should also cover. You should also cover the fact that this is poetry and that Job's friends suck. Job's friends really suck. Even the young guy at the end, who's sometimes thought to be a messianic figure, he's not really. He sucks too. He just sucks less. Yeah, he only sucks less in comparison to his 3 older companions. Okay? But they suck. Job's the only righteous guy in this. Job's the only righteous man. But at the end, he still doesn't get an explanation. Because he's not owed one. That's the thing with the problem of evil. You don't always know why. So, yeah, Brick Creation, I thought he was the good guy. No, he sucks too. He sucks too. Just sucks less. No, they all suck. They all turn on Job and blame him. They all turn on Job and blame him. It's your fault, Job, that all this catastrophe happens to you. You sinned. God says, hey, Job's a righteous man. Is there anyone like him? No. So Satan says, take away his stuff. He'll deny. Take away his children. He'll deny. Leave him his wife. He'll deny. Oh boy. That was harsh, man. That was harsh. So it's Job is one of those things where the adversity was to show the power, the strength of his righteousness. It was really show the strength of his righteousness, and basically, even in all that, he's not owed a reason. But there is a reason. We're reading it. That's the reason. Joe, in many respects, suffers for our benefit, for our cautionary warning. Okay? He's a life example of righteousness to the rest of us, but it shows that stuff can still happen. You're not owed wealth. You're not owed riches. You're not owed a comfortable life. Righteousness will not buy you a comfortable life. So that's what I would say. I'd break it down into that. Okay, so it's like rich man consider, wealthy man consider. The three fans suck. The young guy sucks less, but they all suck. So you gotta treat all those poetic aspects as unreliable witnesses. So you can't. Here's one of the things is, if I was teaching this, all those friends are going to be unreliable. So you can't take any. If you read out of those passages, just keep in mind that the friends suck. It's an accurate recording of them sucking. The Bible does this. Mrs. Producer says she wishes I had a pulpit sometimes. They'd fire me in about 2 months. 2 weeks. Oh yeah, Toronto was ready to lynch me after the first sermon. Yeah. Job's friends are terrible. They're terrible friends. But the Bible accurately describes them as terrible friends. Yeah, they're sanctimonious friends. So yeah, that's what I would do. I would basically, that's how I'd teach it. Basically, present the brief overview, present the skeleton of the book, which is God's proud of Job as being righteous. Satan challenges that to get him to turn his back on God. Then you got the 4 friends who suck. And then God has his say at the end, basically telling Job, I don't owe you an explanation. I do not owe you an explanation, but I'm going to restore you. No.
But yes.
Yeah, he does get children back. He gets his flocks back, more so. So yeah, anyway, that's what you should cover if you're teaching Job. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Hope we got it to you in time. All right, Miss the Vermin, Mr. Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. What's the best interlinear Bible you recommend? I don't use interlinear Bibles anymore, so I can't really say. I don't have an interlinear Bible. I've got Greek Bibles. I got Hebrew Bibles, but I don't have any interlinear anymore. I don't use them, so I can't really recommend one. Sorry about that. I wish I had a good recommendation for you here, but I haven't used those in so long. It's just, yeah. If anyone in the chat has a good recommendation, please leave it. Okay, next one here. is from. We covered that one. We covered the ones we skipped by mistakes. Okay. Yeah. Oh, what was sex ed like in the ancient Near East? PG plays. Um. Wasn't necessary. These were all people who grew up in an agricultural culture. You don't need to do sex ed in an agricultural culture. It's just something you picked up. So, yeah, you don't find that in agricultural cultures. You only find that in urban cultures. So, and urban cultures with public schooling. So, it's not something you're going to find in that context. Okay, so next one here is from Jack Ray. Oh, thank you very much for the super chat for $5. Thank you so much. Um, how would the Anglican Church hierarchy disregard Bible passages which contradicted their social mindset? Something like eisegesis? No, actually, it comes from a different point. It comes from what's called prima scriptura. Now, what's prima scriptura? You've all probably know about sola scriptura, which is that scripture is the final arbiter of faith and practice. Okay? So that's sola scriptura. You're also probably familiar with nuda scriptura, which is scripture alone and nothing else. You only have scripture. You can't use church fathers, you can't use traditions, you can't use anything. Just scripture. That's nuda scriptura. But you probably haven't heard so much about prima scriptura. Prima scriptura is where you go to first. Then you consult everything else. Okay? So, the way Anglicans disregard the Bible is they go to the Bible first, and then they say, oh, that's old fashioned. So they go to the Bible first. They see if the Bible confirms what they want. It doesn't. So then they go, oh, well, we have to consult the tradition of our laity. Because tradition's important, right? Our laity is into all sorts of open marriages. So yeah, that's fine. That's our tradition now. And then they go to their thinkers, and they go, oh yeah, there's reasons that we can be flexible here on that whole marriage thing and death do you part. Yeah, it's 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 in the thinking of our tradition. That's how it works. That's how it works. This is what prima scriptura does. Starts with scripture, ends somewhere else. So, scripture is not the final authority on faith and practice. It's the first, but by no means the last. So it's not there. They're not using eisegesis. They're using prima scriptura. So that's how they disregarded it over the centuries. Is they started off from a different position. So that's how they got there. Is they start off somewhere else, started with the Bible and then departed. So Jack, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, we got a sponsorship from Paul for 1999. What do we got for this? $11.09. All right. Okay, 1109. Oh, Jack Ray. Jack Ray replies, "Wow, that could just end up leaving Scripture completely behind, where it's never consulted." Yes, yes, exactly. Yeah, Jack, that's how it works. That's that's it's crazy, but yeah, this is why method is really important to how we interpret the Bible. Really important. You know, this is why these methods that weigh tradition in as authorities with Scripture have to be taken with such caution, because you can end up in a faith and tradition being equal traditions like you do in the Roman Catholic Church, or a prima scriptura position like you do in the Anglican. And this is where things go off the rails. Okay, so let's get back to that sponsored super chat here. Thank you, Paul, for sponsoring that super chat. And the question here of Louis Sandoval is, how can a Christian confidently know that when they go to heaven into the afterlife, they're going to be in the presence of Jesus Christ? Okay, here's how you can confidently know. If you basically, the proof that it's a couple parts thing. Okay. First of all, is Jesus Christ able to get you to the afterlife? That's the first big question. If he's able to conquer death and sin, he's able to get you to the afterlife. Okay? That's why the proof of Christ's resurrection, and not even the physical proof, but the religious proof of Jesus' resurrection is so important. That's why that passage of the graves opening up and people walking around, that's the bill of goods. That's the proof that, hey, Jesus is more than just some magician. He died, he resurrected, and he brought a bunch of people with him. That's the proof. Okay? So if Jesus has the ability, this is why things like walking on water was so important, because Christ could control the elements. The life of Jesus is ever progressive, greater and greater feats. Okay? The feats of godhood. So you got everything from, say, the virgin birth, virgin's conception, all the way to the transformation of the water into wine, the transfiguration, the healing of the leper, the raising of Lazarus. All right, by the raising of Lazarus, Christ has already shown he's defeated death. He can defeat death in this case. Lazarus was in the grave more than 3 days. He was stinky. He was stinky. Ew. Yuck. Stinky stink. Advanced decomposition had already taken place with the case of Lazarus. It's one thing to raise a mostly intact body. Another thing to raise one that's already rotting. Okay? So Christ showed he can raise the dead. He could show he could raise himself from the dead. You see in Scripture, who rose Christ from the dead? The Father raised the Son. The Spirit raised the Son. Jesus raised himself. God raised Jesus. It's a God thing. So if you know Christ has the power to resurrect, that's half of it right there. Then you've got the promise of resurrection. Okay? If Christ can do it, and his promises are good, and they're good because he's God, because God's promises never change. God is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. God does not change. So you can trust his promises. If you trust his promises, that he is the resurrection and the life, and no man comes to the Father except through him, you go through Jesus Christ, you will end up in the afterlife. Okay? So that's how we know. Because Christ lives, we will live also. Because only one with the power of Christ could have lived. He's the only one that could have lived. He's the only one who had the power to live. He's the only one who had power to make other people live. And because he's the incarnation of God himself, his promises will not be broken. So that's how we can have confidence that when we go to heaven, we will see Jesus. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you, Paul, for sponsoring that question. It's a great question. And absolutely. Okay, next one here. Got two super chats, a couple more super chats left. I think let's get those off the planet here. Okay, next one here. Verse from 18 Ministries. How is baptism a sign and a seal? Okay. Here's it's a kind of a two-edged kind of a scissors kind of thing here. Baptism is a sign because what you're showing is by undergoing baptism, you're making a promise. You're making a promise. You're showing everybody it's a public act. Okay? Baptism is a public act. It's a sign to others that you have accepted Jesus Christ. It's a sign of your salvation. Okay? So, making a public act here, you're basically saying, I'm going to be living for Jesus Christ. That's the sign. Now, the seal is this. You've made a covenant. You've made a covenant with God, a promise to God that you will live according to the terms of the amnesty of Jesus Christ, and that you will love God and hate sin. That's the seal. The seal of the covenant. So, the sign is the outward act, the public act of showing that you have made this commitment, and the seal is you actually following through with a commitment, with the covenant you made with God. So that's how it's both a sign and a seal. So, hope that helps. Okay, Chow Yi for 15. I don't know what that currency is, but thank you very much for it. He says, did some Asiatics remain in Egypt, and did they end up becoming a fifth column as the Egyptians feared? Yes, some Asiatics did remain in Egypt. They did definitely remain in Egypt. Did they become a fifth column? No, they never became a fifth column. We do have some evidence that there were still some Asiatics that lived in the area around Avaris and around Paramses. There are some burials, not very many, very few Asiatic burials at that time, at that point. Most of the burials we find mid-Dynasty 19 and on are Egyptian burials after that. So, but there are some. There's still a couple of Asiatic, especially when you get into the Saite period, after basically Ramses closes down shop as a capital city. You do see some Asiatic burials after that. They're not very common, but they are there. So there are still Asiatics living in Egypt after the great sort of departure of mid-Dynasty 19, after the great abandonment of mid-Dynasty 19. But they tend to be much later. They tend to be 8th century and later burials. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, and then the last 18 question for the night here. He goes, I like the thought of the Bible pointing to Exodus. It brings light. Genesis isn't the beginning of the Bible, it's prologue. and Exodus is where it starts. Yeah, it is. It revolutionizes how you think about the Bible, and you see it all the time as you're reading it in other even in the minor prophets. God's going to just say, "Am I not the God of your fathers that brought you out of Egypt out of the bondage of the house of slavery with an outstretched hand and a mighty arm?" Going right back to Exodus. All the way through, we see this. It's always pointing back to Exodus. God is reminding his people over and over and over and over again. Yeah, I saved you from the land of from the house of bondage. I saved you from the Egyptians. This is why Egypt basically is mentioned so often, because God is hammering that message home that I rescued you from the house of slavery. I rescued you from the Egyptians. And I did it with power and might, power and signs and wonders. So, everything is going to go point back to Exodus, and everything in Genesis is pointing forward to Exodus. Even all the ritual stuff that you find in the first 11 chapters of Genesis, that's all pointing to stuff like Exodus 25, where, okay, now the Israelites are out of Egypt. They now got to set up their own religious shop, as it were. So, get their religious house in order. So all of Genesis pointing to Exodus, and everything else in the Bible is pointing back to Exodus, and Exodus will point forward to Jesus Christ. So that way of thinking revolutionizes how you think of the Bible. So yeah, it's a profound paradigm change in how we read the Bible. So I'm glad you got something out of that, and really appreciate this super chat. Okay, next one here, and the last super chat of the night here is from Big Bad Bill for $5. And he asks, who and where did the 10 tribes go after their captivity in Assyria? Most of them stayed. K. Lawson Younger did a whole book on this, where he talks about what happened to the 10 tribes. The 10 tribes that were taken into captivity by the Assyrians. This was Assyria. Again, we mentioned this earlier in the evening, where we talked about Assyrian occupation policy, where the Assyrians would come into a region and break up clans and move the families all over the Assyrian Empire. Now, we have documents from the Assyrians that you can trace like 4 generations of Israelites from that original occupation of 722 BC, where you're seeing Israelite names just keep popping up. Some of them become mercenaries. Some of them become merchants. Some of them settle down into certain places and, start farms. So most of the exiles from the Assyrian captivity integrated into Assyrian society. That's what happened to most of them. So they didn't return, unlike the Judahites. The Judahites and the Benjaminites, who were exiled during the Babylonian exile, many of them returned. Okay, many of those exiles returned to Judah, but the northern kingdom exiled by the Assyrians, most of those did not return. Most of them ended up integrating and sort of assimilating with the Assyrians. So we know what happened to them. They didn't disappear. There's a long paper trail of what happened to them. I was Lawson Younger's student when he did his now famous lecture at Brigham Young University. Now, if you know anything about Brigham Young University, it's a Mormon college. It's a Mormon university. And he, Mormonism has its own myth, what happened to the 10 tribes. Okay? They think they left and went to North America and then set up there. Lawson Younger went to Brigham Young and to their Ancient Near Eastern Studies department and basically said in this lecture that was televised for it was recorded on video and was shown for a few weeks until Brigham Young University finally took it down because the church authorities got wind of it. But he showed him, yeah, there's a paper trail here. We know exactly what happened to these Israelite exiles from the 10 tribes. They became part of the Assyrian Empire and assimilated into it. So absolutely, we know what happens to them. They became, as I said, part of the Assyrian machine, Assyrian Empire, until the Assyrian Empire ultimately was conquered by the Babylonian, in which case they became part of the Babylonian Empire after that. So, yeah, we know what happened to them. We got the paper trail. We got the receipts. Okay, I think we're going to call it a night here. We're at 1 a.m. We had a lot of super chats tonight. We've tried to take a few non-super chats in among these to play fair, but I think there's only so much I can do in a night here. So it's 1 o'clock. We're going to call it at this point. So yeah. So so if a non-super chat didn't get answered and you still need your answer, please feel free to repost your non-super chat next week. It's not that we're trying to ignore you. We just have had a lot of super chats in the last 2 weeks, and we still got more to go. We've gotten through now 60 of the 166 backlog. So anyway, I want to thank all of you who support the channel through your super chats and through your PayPal donations. We really, really appreciate that. I also want to remind you guys that hopefully this week, the audiobook for Reliquary of the Dead will be hopefully coming out. If that goes through, which we are hoping it will. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube subscribers, or Patreon and YouTube subscribers, membership subscribers, who keep all the equipment working and pay for things when they break, which they do. We also want to thank our regular our viewers who watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe buttons, hit the boost button. I don't know what that does really, but I've heard a lot of people asking now to hit the boost button. So hit the boost button. Would really appreciate that. So anyway, it's on phone apps. It's only on phone apps. Okay, so I want to thank you for joining us tonight. It was a great live stream. It was a lively live stream, which was kind of unanticipated. So thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.